because I am researchers, so I would prefer to freely walk, and then because at the same time also I have lots of goodies. Semua okay, goodies. Goodies banyak, no problem. Saya ada magazine. I have magazine. I have ni nak panggil apa? Tak, dia ada satu there is ada no, it's a small mangkuk tingkat. It's kan? It's a small mangkuk tingkat. I have t-shirts that's already named Dr. Uzai, tapi because too many t-shirts, because I involved with a lot of programs, so that's why I think this is suitable for youngsters like you guys, and also running t-shirts, event t-shirts. Okay, otherwise you have to register 50 ringgit kan, to suffer yourself running 50 ringgit, sometimes 120 ringgit running for 21 kilometer, and then get the t-shirt finisher kan. But this one free. I have 4 of them. This one also free. I don't want to bring back anything else. Okay, that's just for starter only. Okay, so hello, good morning. Assalamualaikum. Okay, so I'm coming from Center for Marine Conservation, or also known as CMC, in the Institute of Oceanography and Environment. So this is one of the higher institution center of excellence, because in Malaysia we have a lot of center of excellence, because everyone claim themselves they are also excellence, isn't it? Okay. But this one is actually recognized by the Ministry of Higher Education, so that's why we receive lots of funding to make sure that anything related with the marine sciences research in the country, we are the one who is the one that's pioneering and taking the lead towards the marine conservation itself. So under the Institute of Oceanography, we have a few research unit and also centers. So for a few research unit, so for example, me, under the Center for Marine Conservation, we have about 7 to 8 research unit that they combine together become one big center. Okay? Under one center, we have a few research unit. So one of the center is Center for Marine Conservation. The second center is Center for Ocean Governance. So Center for Marine Conservation, you can imagine that we have a lot of the field scientists that working to collect the data, and also we supported the postgraduate students as well. Okay, but everything it must be related with the conservations. Okay, so we have marine biologists, we have marine scientists, we have oceanographer, we also have marine geologists as well, working under Center for Marine Conservation. So from the field data, we will later on transfer that data towards the Center for Ocean Governance. So they are the ones that are working on the policy paper. Okay, so remember, we need to transfer our science towards the policy, and then later on it will become the enactment, and then act, and maybe framework, and anything else. So this is the way on how science actually contribute towards the national building. Okay, so next slide. Me myself taking the lead as the head of the center. So under this center, we have another ecosystem that we call it the digital ecosystem. Okay, because we have a lot of the research units. So since 2018, we already started to digitize everything. Okay. The problem with the conservation in Malaysia previously, we also understand that semua orang tidak dibayar dengan berbaloi, betul? Baik kerja Grab. Betul. Who wants to work with the conservations? Not many people interested, because you won't be rich lah duduk dalam conservation, betul? Because normally we will get underpaid. Okay. But the problem is that about the structure of the conservation in Malaysia, because we still seeing people working on the ground, especially the one that collecting the sea turtle eggs, the ones that replanting mangrove. So you only want to pay them about 1,000 or 1,200, maybe 1,500. That's the most. Okay, even though that person had degree, kan? So that's the reason we don't need to hire many people, because we want to make it the conservation job prospect is more premium. How to make it more premium? We have to digitize everything, and at the same time that we can pay more the ones that in the conservation scenes. Okay? Kalau kita terlalu ramai pekerja, betul? So kita kena diluted kita punya salary, betul? But if in our organizations we don't need to hire many people because we can manage it through digital ecosystem, so means that we can pay higher, and at the same time we can upscale the project. So that's the spirit of Center for Marine Conservation, having our digital ecosystem led by Dr. Faiza. So under Center for Marine Conservation, we have two divisions. The first one working on something that I call it benda-benda yang hidup sahaja, marine, wildlife and ecosystems. And division 2, mereka menjaga rumah mayat. Oh, macam tu. Mereka menjaga benda-benda yang mati, ya. Benda mati, ya. Marine Spatial Intelligence. Spatial is something that tengok batu, tengok under the water, mapping. So they are working with the non-living things. Kan, bukan jaga rumah mayat. Jaga rumah mayat dekat UMT ada satu rumah mayat. Where? RRC. Kan, pergi masuk RRC semua benda mati, betul? You tahu RRC is the repository center. Repository center. Nanti ketua RRC beritahu, Uzin kau ajar benda sesat, kau cakap aku kerja rumah mayat. No lah, this is just joking ya. Okay? So repository center is the center that collecting all the specimens to become reference for us later on. So under the Center for Marine Conservation, we have the first division, Marine Wildlife and Ecosystem. As you can see there, I am coming from the Sea Turtle Research Units. So that's my origin. During my undergraduate study, I already started volunteering since my second week of the study in Universiti Malaysia Terengganu. I still remember that moment. I volunteering myself as the duduk dekat garage tu, dekat booth, and then tunggu orang datang. Nak cakap pasal penyu pun tak tahu lagi masa tu kan, tapi dengar je lah senior cakap apa. So volunteering. So this is the way on how I started my journey as a conservationist, and also at the same time become the researcher for the Sea Turtle Research Unit until now. Okay, so at the same time also I am acting as the team leader, the lead scientist for the Sea Turtle Research Unit, which is Setiu. So later on, throughout this sharing session, I will share a lot of the Sea Turtle Research Unit program, and at the same time that later I will share on how we actually do the communication part. Okay, but normally I won't start with the theory. The theory will be at the end of my sharing sessions. Kan? Sebab kita punya topik adalah communication, isn't it? So I won't start with the communication theory yet. But remember, the theory will become the last few slides only. Okay, I will start with the application first. Okay, so hopefully you can recall the sharing sessions at the end of my presentation later on. Okay, so session number 2, and then we have Mangrove Research Unit, or also known as MARU. Setiu is the oldest one because Setiu started in 1984. Paling tua. Okay, hampir seusia dengan saya juga, Setiu. Okay, tapi bila saya dilahirkan tu, saya pun tak tahu lagi Setiu tu apa kan, Astro tak ada masa tu kan. So Mangrove Research Unit in 1996, Marine Endangered Species 2008, Coral Reef Ecology, so that one start around 2005. Okay, and then we have another division, Marine Spatial Intelligence. So most of them are marine scientists, Dr. Azizi, and then ocean mapping, geospatial, and another one, the latest one, Marine Archaeology and Heritage, or known as MAHEM, Marine Archaeology. Okay, So that's the setting for the Center for Marine Conservation. Okay, next. So we are in the Southeast Asia, Malaysia, a strategic hub for a blue economy innovation. So in Malaysia, we are very, very lucky that we are surrounded by the Coral Triangle. So that's the reason also we are rich in biodiversity. And we have a strong community network, if you realize, because a lot of the community-based conservation. Community-based conservation means that it's not coming from the government. It started by the locals itself. Okay, so that's why we have very, very strong community networks and growing scientific capacity. Growing capacity means that all of you, okay? Sebab if you go to the developed countries, not many students interested to study nature anymore. They would prefer to study, I don't want to mention. Sebab you guys coming from the different background kan? Okay. Okay, next. So, when we're talking about the conservation, some people say that we need to protect. You want to conserve your tea life, for example. You bawa masuk dekat dalam dewan kuliah kan? You bring your tea life, dah lah beli RM12, and you want to protect your tea life daripada kawan you minta kan? Contoh, or maybe pizza. Tea life susah sikit nak share kan? Nanti straw tu share macam geli. Okay, pizza for example, you want to protect your pizza kan? And then you go with the, okay, don't touch, this is my pizza. Okay? But for us, conservation means that we must build people first. Build people means that, okay, this is my pizza guys, okay? Please wait until I say we can share. So you build people kan? Build people understanding about your pizza. Boleh? Faham? Remember, I tried to explain the word conservation. Conservation must build people, not just protect nature. Kalau kita kata the first word we want to protect nature, if I go conservation is we want to protect nature first, then only you want to build people. Boleh tak? Kalau analogi pizza ni tak faham, mungkin kita ada penyu. Sea turtles, we have sea turtles now. You want to protect sea turtles. You go to the Redang Island and then you say, nobody can see, don't touch sea turtles, don't come closer to the sea turtles. That's the way, the act that you think that you want to protect sea turtles. But remember, how long that you can say that and then you will just wait and then the people, you shoo them away. And then later on, people will keep on coming in. Because that's the natural resources, isn't it? So that's why we believe that in order for us to conserve, we must build people first. Because why? Our vision is that you go for the last point here. We want to ensure that marine resources remain enough for all and forever. Sustainability. We want to sustain it. So in the context of the conservation, number one, we want to build people first, then only you can protect the nature. Okay? Tapi some people, they will go for the very, very extreme one. They say, don't go to the island. Nanti boat banyak. Kamu baru ni viral kan? Dia pergi dekat pulau Redang, there's someone dekat Threads, if I'm not mistaken, go to Redang Island, and then dia bangun pagi, dia tengok banyak boat. Then dia dah lupa dah. Yang semalam dia datang naik boat. See? How people think? Okay? And then dia guna perkataan yang sangat-sangat kesat. Bagi dia, itu dia. Terima sahaja. Tapi apa yang dia nak cakap, dia nak maki semua orang, which is, this is not good. Why I have to see a lot of boats in the Redang? And unfortunately, she forgot that yesterday she just arrived at Redang Island by boat. Kan? Ada orang macam tu. So how to build that people? That's our challenge, okay? So in Redang Island, we have the natural resources. Remember, we want to conserve now. The spirit of conserve that we want to make sure that we can bring back the benefits to our society, our community. So what's the point? You are protecting sea turtles, for example, but there will be no benefit at all for our people. You want to protect sea turtles, but you say to all the people, everything is no. You cannot come to Redang Island, don't see sea turtle because that's nature. Don't go to Redang Island because nanti polluted. Don't go to Redang Island, later on we will bring lots of rubbish. Is that protect? Yes, protect. Can. But the problem is that when the people want to get the benefits, okay, so the government invested million ringgits to protect our nature. So what's the point protecting? Or you are investing millions to protect. So what's the point? What is the return of investment? No return. Because you think that you want to protect. But for me, I believe that conservation is about you want to bring back the benefits to our people. We want to utilize that. Remember, we have the resources, it's limited resources. How you want to give access to the people to our resources? So we have to hold the spirit that sustainability to make sure that our marine resources is enough for all forever. We have sea turtles. Make sure that sea turtles, that our marine resources is enough for all forever. Enough. Kalau ambil telur penyu je, you keep on collecting sea turtle eggs, and then only that person allowed to sell sea turtle eggs. Is that enough? Yes, enough for him only. Is it for all? Not for all. Of course, it won't last. So what is the act that we can make sure that we can utilize sea turtles? Yes, everyone can see sea turtles. How to make sure that's for all? Give access for everyone. Make sure it is inclusive. It's not exclusive for the university students only. It's not fair. Kan? Because in this ESG program, we want to uplift the theme that the social justice or the blue justice. We want to make sure that everyone can get access to our marine conservation, marine resources. And how to think that if your act now, it can be last until forever. That's the challenge. That's why we need a lot of people, all the brilliant mind in the country. We have to think about how to make sure that our marine resources, it can be last until forever. We have sea turtles. How to make sure that the sea turtle can be last forever. Yes, we want to welcome everyone to see the sea turtles. Once a lot of people, you give access to the people to see the sea turtles, makcik jual keropok lekor, makcik jual goreng pisang also get the benefits, isn't it? Okay? It's not necessary other sea turtles. You allow people to sell the sea turtle eggs, only a few people in this economic chain. Kan? So this is the way on how we are seeing the conservations. And remember, conservation is not about people that sitting in the policymaker only. For example, you will be later on become the officers in the Department of Fisheries, Department of Forestries, kan? And if you keep on thinking that conservation is about protecting, don't allow other people to get the benefits, how about the justice to the society, about the community down there? Okay? So the case in the Redang Island, for example, if we close the economic in terms of the tourism, don't allow people bring tourists to the Redang Island, who will be affected? Of course, the boatman. Number one, you can see that directly, the boatman. And number two, makcik jual keropok tadi saya kata, betul? Itu penyu. How about RIZ? RIZ members 8.0 now. How to make sure that we have the resources now? RIZ. Is that resources? Yes. People's passion about RIZ. That's actually our asset. How to make sure that we can still do that RIZ in a proper way? Okay? To make sure that we can sustain that economy, to make sure that everyone will get the benefits. Betul? So kita buat apa? Benda boleh gaduh, kita gaduh lah. Kan? That's one better. You debate about the RIZ. Is it possible or not to do the RIZ members in Terengganu, negeri paling bahagia, tapi tak bahagia RIZ datang. Gaduh lah, benda boleh gaduh. Remember, we need to communicate, betul? Yes, gaduh lah. This is a better way to gaduh. Instead of gaduh, Johor gaduh. No, what I meant is that in Malaysia, every day, you go to the media, kan? Last month, Johor gaduh. This month, Negeri Sembilan gaduh. Next month, who else? Melaka gaduh. And then, gaduh lah, satu Malaysia gaduh lah, turun lah kerajaan. Oh, macam tu. Oh, live. Is that better? Is that good for our country? That's not good, because you are maybe 18 and above. How about my kids? My kids. Dia bangun pagi, I send them to the school. Dekat news cerita pasal apa? Gaduh. Gaduh, PN gaduh, PH gaduh. Kan? But if I compare with my generation previously, in the morning, we turn on the TV, we talk about a big idea. A big idea. What is the big idea? Malaysia want to go to Antarctica. Malaysia want to go Everest. Malaysia want to go ISS, International Space Station. That's big idea. We are talking about Sepang, F1. Ada hari-hari gaduh pasal Perdana Menteri? No. Sebab very stable. That's my generation. So I pity with this current generation. So gaduh pasal something yang tak habis-habis. That's my point. Yeah, please record that. Show it to the media. I'm okay with that. Okay? So, remember, we have the resources. What is the meaning of the sustainability? We want to make sure that bring back the benefit, the conservation benefits to our people. Everyone. Don't gatekeeping. Maybe you are the students from university, you know something, okay, you know the opportunity, but you are gatekeeping. You are not responsible person. Tuhan bagi you cerdik pandai, but you want to make it everything's exclusive only for you and your family only. Is that fair? That's not fair. So this is the spirit that we want to bring to our young generations. So that's the idea on why our Global Young Leaders Summit 2026 mobilizing young leaders as catalysts for blue justice. It doesn't relate with any political party, blue or green. Faham? Ada yang tak faham, mungkin esok baru dia nak gelak. Okay, next. It's okay. So this is our 4 strategy, focus area. Number 1, conservation, science and innovation, because we are the university. We want to make sure that we generate knowledge. 2, capacity building and leadership development. 3, community engagement and ocean stewardship. And number 4, institutional resilience and regional collaboration. Number 4 is the most important part, because if you rely number 1, 2 and 3, always rely from the government. You always rely from the corporate entity to give you money. And later on, you become the persons that play victim. Play victim, for example, apa? We cannot do anything because we don't have money. Because the government always change. So, play victim ah. because HEPA tak bagi duit. Tak ada cakap je lah. You keep on play victim. Okay? Because you don't really develop the institutional resilience. So that's the reason we want to build our own organization and we want to make sure that these future leaders, we are not play victim. Kalau tak ada duit, buat apa? Pergi berlari, Putrajaya, pergi Muar. You name it, one of the politicians in Malaysia can run that 170 kilometer for 600,000 ringgit because of the Prime Minister said. I don't want to mention that, it's recorded. But I'm not going to influence you to vote for Syed Saddiq because Syed Saddiq is only in Muar kan. But now I want to instill in your blood lah kan. I want to instill in your blood that do not play victim. If you want to go into the conservation scene, you must see that everything is opportunity. Kalau dapat makwa artis, that's opportunity. Faham? Remember? Okay? Easy, simple. We want to make sure that we are resilient enough to make sure that we build a strong foundation, and everyone, you have to build the capacity. Okay? Next. So this is the scenery in the Redang Island, Cagah Hutang. That's one of my internship students. This is actually the activities is done by the scientists normally, but we give access to the publics so that they can experience the nest excavation experience. And then, yeah, they are willing to pay. Why not? Yeah. So this is the way on how we actually self-sustain our conservation project. And at the same time also, we allow people to stay together with us at the Cagah Hutang research stations. And then at the same time also, they can experience working as the conservationists. Okay? And yes, they pay for that. Okay? Okay, next. So this is some of my research together with my team since 2008. And then this is just the life cycle of the sea turtles. We want to understand about the energetic use by the sea turtles while they are moving. And then we try to understand that and make sure that this science, this is some sorts, we call it a fundamental science. We want to transfer that fundamental science towards the conservation things. So this is on how we actually communicate our science. Okay, so some fun fact is that if we release our sea turtles from Redang Island, within 7 days, they can reach Tenggol Island. Tenggol Island. Okay, so they can reach Tenggol Island. So now we focus at the Tenggol Island. Is it enough for us to sustain our sea turtle hatchings at the Tenggol Island? Okay, otherwise you only see the sea turtles on the beach at the nesting beach only. We cannot protect the nesting beaches only. So we have to protect the whole ocean. Next. So this is about the fungus affected the incubating eggs. Next. Hot girl and cool guy. Apa maksud dia? If you incubate the sea turtle eggs in the temperature, the lower temperature, you will produce more male. So, hot girl, cool guy. So, dia berbeza dengan buaya. Kalau buaya, dia terbalik. Okay? So, next. How to track your dragon. So, we also study the monitor lizards' behavior at our Cagah Hutang research station. Okay, so this is some of the science only. I won't go details on this one. So remember, this is the module on the communication. Okay, so later on I will ask you questions about this. Next, the black-tip reef shark. A seasonal hatchings buffet for the black-tip reef sharks. So what's happened in front of our Cagah Hutang Bay? Actually, we are producing thousands hatchlings. So every night, you can expect about 200 or 300 hatchlings it will release naturally. Okay, so the black tip reef shark is the main predator in the waters. So they are actually the one that who eat the sea turtle hatchlings. So in conservation, we have to make sure that makanan kepada predator tu cukup. So now we go to focus on what are the alternative diet for the black tip reef shark. Alternative diet means that they are not highly relies on the sea turtle hatchlings. So we study the stable isotop, because in the theory is that you are what you eat. If you eat McDonald's, your carbon and nitrogen will be close to the McDonald's. Kan? Tapi kalau you boycott McDonald's, you go for Texas chicken, your carbon and nitrogen will close to the Texas chicken. Ada yang tak tahu McDonald's tu apa? Tahu kan? Anak saya lagi bahaya. Oh, McDonald's, oh, is haram. Haram. Kesian dia dibesarkan dalam suasana tak berani masuk McDonald's kat Terengganu. But for me, when I'm traveling, especially in Dubai, you know Dubai airport, the cheapest food that you can find is McDonald's, by the way. Oh. Tapi saya tak beritahu anak saya lah, saya makan McDonald's. Okay, next. So we also study about the blood composition of the sea turtle the sea turtle mother. Okay, so it run in the blood. So just now I said, oh, okay, we want to instill in the blood, kan? Oh, so macam tu ke? Mungkin lah dia dapat idea macam tu. Okay. So this is just about the science. Next. Okay. So I said previously that I am coming from the sea turtle research unit, isn't it? So we are managing one of the most important nesting site in Malaysia, because 1 year we receive thousands sea turtle that nested in our area. So how we manage that? We actually open up the research station to the public, and you can come as the volunteer. Can you accept the idea? Yes. You want to join us as a volunteer? Yes. Okay. You say yes, okay? However, akan tetapi, Assalamualaikum. Dia bila hangat-hangat je wartawan masuk. Akan tetapi, however, if you want to join us, you have to pay the boat. And you bring your own food. Can you accept the idea? Okay, kan? You want to join me at the research station? I allow you to come and join us, okay? But you pay the cost. Is that fair? Dah slow sikit tadi. See how the sentiment goes? Okay? Number one, I said this is volunteer. Everyone will say yes. And number two, when I say you have to pay the cost, And number three, I said I have a special package. Dia ni nak menjual See? So means that if I didn't hear any yeses from this room, means that you are not my market. Easy. Kan? So in marketing, remember, if you are selling anything, the first thing, do not sell to your friend. First thing, that's the rules. Do not sell to your friends. Later on, your friend will ask, are there special price? Do you have special price? I purposely share on my social media, I mentioned that if you are my friend, you should be the one that pay higher. This is the way on how I value friendship. Over. Yes, that's me. And until now, none of my friends will ask me, is there any special price to go to Cegah Hutang? No, they won't ask. I made it clear, kan? So jangan jual tudung dekat kawan sebelah. Nanti bulan depan belum tentu dia bayar. Kan? Easy. And remember, your friend will keep on asking question. Betul? So don't sell to your friend. Oh, easy. So this is the way on how you communicate, remember? So I say the first one, who wants to volunteer? Yes, a lot of people want to volunteer. And you have to pay the cost. And then the cost is about 700 ringgit. So it's okay, you go. Easy kan? Okay. So, sukarelawan penyu jaga habitat, introducing the Sea Turtle Volunteer Program at Cagar Hutan Beach since 1996. It has become a cornerstone of the financial sustainability. So this is the way on how we see the sustainability. We have to make sure that we have Cagar Hutan Research Station receive a lot of the sea turtles in a year. Remember, we want to give access to our people. Yes, I give you access now as a volunteer, but you registered. Okay, so we want to make sure that it will be last until the next generation. Enough for all, forever. It's not only for me. If I say that this is only for me, I will do the gatekeeping behavior. I will pitch to any of the commercial bank. I ask them to pay me, and then later on I retired. Enough. Lantaklah Universiti Malaysia Terengganu fikirlah sendiri. Tak boleh, no. We have to think that enough for all, forever. Okay, so that's the spirit of having the volunteers in the research station. Okay, next. And number 2, since 2019, the concept of the scientific tourism has been explored to a collaboration with Berjaya Hotels and Resorts. So you know what? NGO accused me. They said that, oh, Uzai selling sea turtles. Because why? I am working with Tan Sri Vincent Tan. Oh, yang ni jangan record. Because of the owner of the Taras Beach and Spa Resort. Because of the Berjaya Group, kan? So, because previously, people think that the conservation is that only for the universities people only. Kan? They make it very, very exclusive. But for me, if we have a big resort in the Redang Island, how about we collaborate together? Kan? Because I still remember the first time when I back from Australia after I finished studying, so Tan Sri Vincent, we went to diving together because I am pretty close with him, because I get close to him because of my previous supervisors, Professor Chan and Heng, because they are close friends, because they are working together in the Redang Island. So when I back, Professor Chan and Heng already retired, so I went diving together with Tan Sri Vincent. Then Tan Sri Vincent asked me what else that they can help see through or UMT. And then I said, I need a lab. It's just a pop-up idea, just like that. I said, I need a lab, and then let's explore the idea on having a open public viewing lab. So, because at the research station, I cannot do a lot of the experiment because my experiment instruments, they require high voltage energy kan. So that's the reason resort open up lab for me. At the same time also resort also get the benefits by allowing people to see what is inside the lab's activity. And at the same time also we do the public turtle release program together with the resort. And until now, this is the very first public viewing lab in the country. Okay, who get the benefits? Of course, resort. Because why? People want to stay at their facilities because they can see, and then their kids also can get the updates. Who else get the benefits? Of course, me, because I generate about 30,000 ringgit per month. And who else get the benefits? I pay my marine biologists. I even hire international students, because it is really hard to have the international students in the team. Okay, because their cost of tuition fees is very, very high. And you want to fly them from Tunisia, from France, from UK. So, who want to pay for that cost? At the same time, also, university want to open up for the international, because we want to uplift our education level, isn't it? So, this is the benefits. What else the benefits? The Redang Island communities. Because we allow these kids to come to our lab. We teach them. This is the real experiment. Kan? Masa sekolah dulu eksperimen kita apa? Bakar yang apa tu? Bakar benda apa tu? I mean, yang bulat tu, benda apa tu? Lepas tu masuk dekat dalam rings tu. Lepas tu, wow, okay, besi mengembang. Kan? But can you imagine? This is the real experiment. We did experiment in the middle of hotel lobby. I have to make sure that my team in the lab is presentable enough. Yang cun-cun sikit lah kan. Yang handsome-handsome sikit lah. Presentable enough. Okay? So I have to train them on how to communicate with people. Okay? So that's the benefits of having conservations. Next. The outdoor classrooms. So this is the way on how we communicate our science. Because the idea of having outdoor classroom, because remember I said, ada sektor di mana kita ada package, day trip package from the mainland. We bring people go to the Redang Island to see sea turtles, but there is no formal class or sharing sessions. So that's the reason for us. We want to establish this outdoor classroom for the sake of we want to educate our boatmen. That's our main objective. Not educate tourists. Educate the boatmen. Because why? Boatmen will definitely stop there. Because they want to make sure that they meet their customer satisfaction, isn't it? Oh, nak tengok penyu. But at the same time, we want to educate the boatmen. It is really hard to get the boatman sit down in the class just like you guys. Kalau dia duduk dalam ni, hari tu dia akan hilang RM500. Why? Sebab tak ada business. Kan? So, we made it in a creative way that we allow them to make a business. At the same time also we want to educate them. And at the same time, I sponsors them t-shirts that mention here, kita jaga penyu kita. We care for our turtles. Kita means that we. So they wearing that t-shirts. Who want to sponsor that t-shirt? A lot of bank. The first one started with us is Bank Rakyat. And then it came RHB. And then another bank, I cannot work with them. I don't want to mention that. Because that bank datang dengan idea that we have money. Can you give us this data for our ESG? I said, sorry guys. I need money to develop our community, but I don't want funders. I need partners. Boleh faham maksud saya? Dia ada duit, dia offer dekat kita, and then as simple as I need a result first. And I say in conservation, I don't need funder. I need partner. I want them to work with us, not give us money to work for them. No, that's not me. Maka last month I rejected 500,000 ringgit from them. And my team says, oh, kita happy. Yes, kita tenang. Sebab heated debate previously. Kita nak accept atau tak? 500,000. Tapi remember, what is our philosophy? We want to build people. If you partner with any corporate entity, they say they can pay you, but remember, later on, it might be some sorts of the conflict of interest that you have to work with them. Are you happy with that? No. So, I said to the team, we want to be happy. Kan? So, we just reject the proposal. Okay, next. Collaborating with Laguna Resorts. So, that's the owner. Tengok makcik tu. Saya pun tak tahu maksudnya. Tapi, can you see? Kalau kita kata penyu ni tak boleh orang datang, tak boleh sentuh, siapa dapat manfaat? Dapat manfaat. So ada NGO bising. NGO memang kena bising, betul tak? NGO, kan? They have to be vocal. It's okay for me. Because some of the NGOs also was my students. So they are okay. They know that I am okay. So they just being loud. It's okay. Because they are NGO. They need attention. Kan? Contohlah macam anak you nangis kan. They need attention. So it's okay. For me, it's okay. NGO said that to me that, oh, you are utilized, and then so that I just justify. I justify that. How many percent of the sea turtle hatcheries I put it on the risk, and then they care about the predation rate. So I did study in front of the resorts, the predation rates that anything, all the questions that they ask, I provide the evidence-based data. So it's okay. When you communicate with the people, make sure that you justify it properly with the evidence. Okay? And you understand that why they are being loud, because they are playing their parts in the society. It's okay. Betul? So it's okay in the country we have the opposition. Betul? It's okay. Jangan tebuk atap. Oh, macam tu. Kan? That's why saya kata benda boleh gaduh, kita gaduh lah. Okay? So next, run with penyu. Siapa join run with penyu? Kalau orang pertama angkat tangan tadi, saya nak bagi t-shirt. Ada. Run with penyu. It's a fun run. It's a fun run event. Okay. We did since 2020. Unfortunately, COVID that time, but we still managed to complete that program. About 1,000 plus people registered. And just last May, we received in 2026 recorded participation of over 45,000 people. 45,000 people that came to Universiti Malaysia Terengganu on that particular day. We have to capping at the 3,500 only. Because of the convocation event, 2,000 people traffic coming. But for the run with penyu, 3,500. Kita tak boleh lebih dah. So the rest will be conduct independent event at their sites. So we call it the virtual run together. But what is the benefits of the Universiti Malaysia Terengganu having this program? 45,000 people wearing t-shirts with Universiti Malaysia Terengganu logo. That's the big win already. Kan? Okay? But run with penyu also provide money to us. Okay lah. Kan orang suka lari kan? Orang suka pagi-pagi lari 10 km, 15 km. They willing to pay, kan? 42 kilometers, kan? They willing to pay 100 plus. Dia bayar. Bukan 100 plus minuman tu, 120 ringgit, 150 ringgit, 180 ringgit. Yeah, it's okay. Kan? So we just leverage on that. Okay, next. When people get more excited to our program, contoh RZ datang kan, siapa yang dapat benefit? It's not Terengganu people only tau. It's China. Why? Because people buying the soft toys tu, soft toys coming from mainland of China. So that's why I say RZ program is good for mainland of China. Kan? Almost every single riders, and just this year they estimated that 160,000 riders kan came here. Almost 160,000 soft toys sold. So who get benefit the most? Mainland of China. So how about us? We do need to produce our own product. So that's the reason for us. I ban anything from the import merchandise and everything. Okay. But for this one, of course, kita beli daripada China, but it's not from sebab dia murah semua kan. But for the Sea Turtles program, dekat Universiti Malaysia Terengganu, dekat Pulau Redang, I work together with the PPDK, Pusat Pemulihan Dalam Community Rehabilitation Center, which is the special need community. So allow them to produce a product that related with the marine conservations, and they can generate money as well. Okay, but we try our best. If we can find any of the supplier in Malaysia, yes, a lot of supplier for the t-shirt supplier kan, tapi dia orang pun order kat China juga. Baik aku order direct. Okay. Until one day, if we manage to cut the cost price, and then maybe 100% from our national produce. So that's the spirits of make sure that it will be for everyone. Everyone. Okay? Next. We also done a whale shark program. together with RHB program, and then dekat media Malaysia International Diving Expo. Okay, next, card, previously card tu, card penyu. Did you realize that you are holding RHB card? Kan, RHB card kan? So the idea was from us that we sit down together with the RHB team, and then cakap, macam mana nak masuk business, big business in the Ministry of Higher Education. So because the first one, they already penetrate the market on the marine conservation, and then penetrate the market on the scuba diving. And then that day, we sit down together, macam mana? Saya bercakap, kat Malaysia ni kita pakai banyak kad, students card kan? It costs university a lot kan? So how about RHB sponsor that? So RHB kata, oh, okay, let's try that with the Ministry of Higher Education. Then you are wearing the RHB card. Itu lah. That's the idea with the corporate entity. As simple as minum kopi dengan dia. So what's the benefits to us now? I tak boleh reveal lah dalam ni. So RHB also the main sponsor for the ESG program today kan. So that's the benefits that you get lah. So this is only once every 2 years kan. But for us, almost every single month RHB channel out the money to our students program. So that's funding, we call it Ocean Hope program. Okay, because the idea of having RHB together, so we work together with the RHB. Okay, next, Dr. Hazrizal, one of my team working with the Aquaria KLCCs, and then benda yang I said kan, benda yang mati, benda yang dekat dalam air macam mana nak tengok kan. So we bring dekat Ampang sana, so kita buat program excavation apa semua. So we keep on exploring the ideas. So this is not because we want to get become famous ke apa kan. So this is about we want to educate more young talents that interested on the marine conservations later on. Okay, next. So this is the idea that conservation must be people, not just protect nature. So this is the philosophy, okay? So from the first slide until now, I shared about the Sea Turtle Research Unit and about the various outreach program, because that's one of our pillars. And the one that you can learn is that you remember that if you want to communicate the message, you need to keep showing up. Maksud dia, dekat Pulau Redang you ada, dekat atas boat you ada. Keep showing up. On the media you ada, dekat Facebook you ada, dekat Threads you ada. So of course it needs a lot of manpower, isn't it? And it's a lot of the study as well. Okay, so we have people that working on the marketing segment. We also have people that working with the digital communication as well. Okay, remember the idea of keep showing up. Okay, now the last 10 minutes, let's go to the theory on the communication. Next. Okay, cuba baca ni. Kena Aristotle? Hang tua kena, hang tua. Oh. Aristotle, philosophers. Okay, so Aristotle mentioned when you want to communicate with people, if you want to deliver your message, use these 3 theory. So this theory has been described in the Rhetoric, a theory of civic discourse by the Aristotle. The idea of having pathos, logos, and ethos. So let's discuss on the ethos first. 3 things. So this is the one and only theory that I want to explain to you guys. So kalau bagi banyak sangat teori, you tak boleh explain. So the way I'm explaining that is that I want to relate with the sea turtle conservation units previously. Okay, number 1, ethos. How I develop ethos in my sharing sessions. First few slides I started with, who am I? I'm coming from Center for Marine Conservation, isn't it? So that's the ethos, the credibility. Do I have that authorship? Means that the authority to mention about the conservation? Kalau masuk saya tak kenalkan diri saya, you kan, siapa abang ni? pakai baju batik ni mesti government servant hari ni. Kan? Tak apa nak kata. So, ethos. Who you are. In your communication, you have to establish who you are first. Kan? Dekat TikTok, orang tak kisah apa benda tu betul? Ya ke? No. Orang kisah. If you watch the video on the TikTok, the first 3 seconds and then you stay kan? Until they finish, then you go to their profile kan? Siapa mamat ni? Betul? You check their ethos, their credibility. Oh, dia ni influencer. Tak boleh pakai influencer. Dia boleh cakap everything. Betul? Tapi, oh, dia ni doktor. He is a medical doctor talking about the diet. Oh, boleh pakai lah. Dan coaching, personal coaching about the weight loss. Biasa dia punya ayat apa? Saya dah turun 15 kilogram. Ethos. Kan? Ethos. So in my sharing session previously, I was talking about the first few slides. I established the ethos to you guys. And remember, I mentioned that the Sea Turtle Research Unit has been established in 1984. That's the ethos. Okay? Number 2, logos. Logos is logic behind. And after the slide number 4, I start sharing about the science, the logic. I provide data. I mention about how many sea turtle nested on our Cagar Hutang Bay. Data, logos, the logic, evidence. And last one, the last few slides, you still remember I mentioned about the disabled people, the special need people? That I put the emotion to it. So that's, we call it pathos. Simple communication. You are meeting with one of the funder, for example, or remember, do not find funder, partner, the potential partner. And number 1, you have to establish your ethos. Then you mention about the logics behind, and then you put the emotion on it. Pathos. Okay? Perlu saya ulang balik slide? Boleh ingat? So that's actually my strategy to make sure that you still remember about the slides. Assalamualaikum. Sebelum ramai lagi datang, nanti kurang peluang anda memenangi banyak hadiah kat sini. Siapa ada soalan? Who has questions? You want more example? Tak ada soalan? Yes. Dari Upsi.
Thank you so much. My name is Muhammad Raisul Islam and I am from Universiti Pendidikan Sultan Idris. And my question is not about communication but about turtles. And I'm very interested to know why the sea turtles.
Why the sea turtles
choose Cagar Hutang Island but not other sea areas? And if in future they can change their habitat? That's my question.
Sebab dia tanya pasal slow down. Sebab dia tanya because you are asking about the sea turtles, so it seems like he is interested on the sea turtles kan. Why turtles choose Cagar Hutang? Why sea turtle do not choose Laguna Resort? Kan? Because they cannot pay. Okay, sorry. So because Cagar Hutang, because of the pristine area compared to the tourism area, so sea turtles will avoid the high intensity tourism area. Okay? That doesn't mean that I have to close Cagar Hutang for the tourism. Because remember, Cagar Hutang actually can bring benefits to the community. So that's the simplest answer that I can give it to you in a short time. But later on, we have a lot of theory and mention about the nettle beach homing and so on. So that can be discussed later on. Okay? Next. So remember, okay, tiga, ethos, logos, and pathos. Who you are, what is the logic behind, and what is the emotion that you want to put in. Okay? So cuba baca, berkesan iklan dia, hari-hari balik kerja terbaca dalam hati, lama-lama terpengaruh babe. Kan? Every day, billboard kan? While you are waiting for the traffic light and then reading, keep on reading. Nak, mak saya pula yang letak intonasi. Kan? Tolong translate dekat kawan-kawan kan, sebab dia tak best kalau nak translate it into direct English kan. Son. Dia macam tak kena kan, macam itu lah kan. So mak teringin nak pakai, yang teringin tu saya lah apa kan, teringin nak pakai telekor Siti Khatijah. So Siti Khatijah, they have their own ethos already. Siti Khatijah, kan? But for the Muslim people, Siti Khatijah, siapa Siti Khatijah? Isteri Nabi? Tak, kamu tak akan bayang isteri Nabi pun bila baca ni. Betul tak? Betul tak? So that's the ethos in Siti Khatijah already. Betul tak? Dia perlu letak telekong tak? Perlu tak letak telekong kan? Sebab apa? Malam orang akan terkejut, betul tak? Uish. Betul? So that's the ethos already. Ethos Siti Khatijah is bold brand. So what is the logic behind? Logic. Nak pakai telekong. What's the logic in here? Nak dengan mak. Hubungan anak dengan mak. That's the logic. Kalau makwa dengan power, dia letak hubungan dekat sini. Kan? Kalau orang membayangkan makwa minta, boleh tak? Takkan. Bukanlah tak akan, you can delay that. Tapi kalau your mom ask that, you sanggup nak delay tak? Entah berapa kali je lagi saya boleh balik rumah tengok mak. Takkan kan? So that's the logic dia letak. So what is the pathos? Teringin. Kan? Simple message. Tapi apa benefits kepada Siti Khatijah? Online dia, banyak orang beli online lah. Betul. Perlu tak letak QR kat sini? Tak perlu, itu dewan kuliah je letak QR, attendance. Okay, next. So that's the applications. Dia kena ke sana sikit. So now, I give you opportunity to critique my own advertisement. Kat mana dia punya ethos? Ethos mana? Universiti Malaysia Terengganu. Kan? So, people will say, okay, this is legit lah, legit. And Sea Turtle Research Unit, that's a very, very strong brand. And even Sea Turtle Research Unit has been established in 1994, Universiti Malaysia Terengganu in 2001. Kan? Even stronger than Universiti Malaysia Terengganu. So that's why kami, I am the third generation of the see-through. Saya takkan buang jenama see-through. Kan? Because they holding a stronger brand. So that's ethos. Logos here, logos. Pathos banyaklah, pathos. If you can read that one. Some people look for adventure in cities. So that's logos. Some chase it in a mountain. So the storytelling over here is actually using that concept. Okay? So not necessary in the storytelling you have to mention about your ethos, because sometimes it can be just you just put brand macam Siti Khatijah ni, betul? But throughout this segment you can read that. So ethos there, logos there, and also of course pathos, to make sure that people, kalau dia tak book sekarang, slot akan habis. Boleh? Kadang-kadang kita gunakan masa muda ini hanya sekali. Tapi duit tak ada. Go find your punya sponsor lah. Memang ada. Ada kelab-kelab pelajar from the, baru ni kelab anak Negeri Sembilan ke. Tapi dia sebelum pilihan raya lah. Dia tak ada kaitan dengan pilihan raya ni. Kan, Negeri Sembilan ada, anak Johor ada. So dia orang datang, they manage to get their own sponsors. Okay? So this is on how we actually communicate our conservations. And how I communicate to you guys, I give the logic first. Kenapa orang perlu bayar? Betul? Then only people will support your conservation work. So do not stop communicating and engage with people. If you're thinking that you are in the conservation scene, that you are self-claim that you are introvert, I will show you, this is the door, please go find any other job. Because conservation is about to make sure that it is inclusive. You have to bring everyone together with your conservations. Okay? Even though you are at the stage of you are struggling to establish yourself. Saya tak ada kerja lagi, doktor bolehlah cakap macam tu. But remember how I started as a volunteer. I start as a volunteer. I don't have money. Okay? But I volunteer myself. But my supervisor that time, Professor Chan and him mentioned, if you want to volunteer, you have to buy the t-shirt. You have to buy the t-shirt. 45 ringgit in 2005. 45 ringgit. In my pocket, I don't have any money. So, saya pergi cocok lah ke BSN. Saya keluarkan 50 ringgit. Mana boleh keluar 45 ringgit, betul? Saya keluar 50 ringgit. And I pay that t-shirt. Then I can volunteer wearing the Turtles t-shirts. And I volunteer. So that's how my journey started in the conservations. That's why any of the students asking me, saya dengan selambanya cakap, what is your, apa yang you boleh korban? Saya tanya macam tu, saya tak minta duit. Kan? Tapi some people, they will see that that's entitlement. Saya buat kerja ni, I volunteer. Why I have to support you? Why? Tak ada. That's why I said, do not play victim. In my class, I purposely cakap, we have about 85 marine biology students. Let me be frank to you guys, that's, we cannot guarantee that 85 students will work in the marine biology segment in the country in the next 3 to 4 years. So, we as a biology students, we believe in the natural selection, isn't it? So this is about the survival of the fittest. You want to be the fit enough, or you want to keep on play victim? Kan? And of course, I am the one that brave enough to fail the students, because I believe in natural selection. I just wrote a posting about failing the students in the universities. Dah pelajar tu hari-hari dekat TikTok, dia dapat viewers sampai 1.3 million. And he keep on doing that things every single night. Sebab dia percaya ethos dia dibina dengan TikTok 1.3 million in a single video. I say it's okay lah for him. We just fail him in the marine biology. It's natural selections kan. Dia tak boleh fikir dalam tu. Dia percaya tu, ya buat lah. Fail. It is really hard to fail in the university, isn't it? It's really hard. I say it's really hard to fail. And even as a lecturer also, it is really hard to fail you guys. Because we have to answer to the dean. Kita cakap student tak datang, mana bukti tak datang? Oh, kalau dia tak datang, what is your intervention? We have to do intervention, remember? Assignment, tak hantar. Mana bukti dah cakap dengan dia? Intervention. What is your engagement dengan dia? That's really hard to fail the student now. Kan? Tapi dah ramai sangat pelajar macam ni, ada datang kepala macam tak betul lah. Betul tak? Sebelum semua orang jadi lebih serius, takut gagal pada semester ni, result dah keluar belum? Belum, okay. So, siapa ada soalan? So, next, I think that was, okay. If you have, yes, questions. Biar aja di situ.
Hello. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Doctor. I am Hanania Yusof from Unimas, Universiti Malaysia Sarawak. So since we're talking about communication, right? How would you, Doctor, influence this? I would believe.
I'm not influencer.
Oh no. How would you influence? I believe that most of us in this hall is Z generation. So how would you influence this generation to involve in these conservation activities, and how do you think is the best way for us also to influence our friends to join this conversation?
The best way that I believe
Alright.
Some of my students mungkin ingat kot, the very first class with me, I bring them to the stadium for the class of biostatistics and data handling in biology. So that's my class for next semester. So the very first day, hari Ahad, kita sini start kan, hari Ahad, so I asked them to run together with me. For how many kilometers? For 1.2 kilometers, 3 rounds. Okay? And then I start measure their heart rate. I measure their weight. I measure their height. And I measure, last time I also measure dia punya blood, the sugar, blood as well. So that's the way on how my teaching goes. The real situation, so that they can understand what is biostatistic. Then we go for the statistical analysis for the whole class. 1.2 kilometers. Oh doktor, kenapa kena lari 1.2? I said, yeah, betul. Nowadays, if you ask for any positions in the government, they will ask you to run 1.2 kilometers. What is your best PB? 1.2 kilometers. Mana saya tahu, saya tak pernah lari. Tak pernah lari lah. Yes, that's my class. That's my teaching philosophy. Okay? I want these generations to really do that. Then they can understand that. Instead of I share the video of me, itu pun belum tentu saya, mungkin AI ke apa semua kan, and then ask them to do dia punya self-learning. No, that's not me. I won't teach you online, no. Tak ada. Cuba tanya kelas saya, ada tak saya buat online? Tak. No, that's not me. Okay, number 2, in the next semester, I will teaching in the other semester, which is in February. I'm teaching marine vertebrate. The first week, I bring whole lots of them, 85 students, went to Cagar Hutang. And let's cleaning up the Cagar Hutang together with me. Students, comment. Ada yang saya seronok baca, ada yang saya tak seronok baca. Ada yang tak seronok baca, tapi yang baik punya lah. Dia pun tulis situ, I just want to learn about the marine vertebrates. Why you always talk about the social science? It's okay. It doesn't affect me. I will keep on doing that. The real situation, go to Cagar Hutang, belajar pasal penyu, it's not from the textbook. Okay? And just last 2 or 3 days, saya selalunya akan menulis. Okay? Every night, if you go to my social media, 8:30 PM sharp, there will be one posting about academia. 8:30 sharp. Yang panas lah, yang tak panas tu tak apalah, it's okay. 8:30 sharp, because I believe in keep showing up on my social media. Last years, I went to LinkedIn, but this year, I focus on the Facebook. Okay, 8:30. I wrote about macam mana nak cakap? We need to encourage our lecturers, okay? Because every lecturers, they have their own research, isn't it? Okay, kalau dia ajar pasal marine vertebrates, of course you expect the real research from him or her, betul? Instead of just a textbook. So that's why I believe, the best that I believe, okay? Every single lecturers, they must share within these 14 weeks, at least take 1 week only, share about their own research. It's a big shame if dia macam tak best. Lantar, it's a big shame if our lecturers only share their research, go to the international conference. You know what it costs for the international conference? 1,000. But you pay the tuition fees kan? And it's free. Just share their own research. So I believe, I tak akan salahkan generation, I akan salahkan the way on how they see the class now. They just want to just read the textbooks, or they want to share their own knowledge, the knowledge that they are the one that generate that knowledge. And you keep on asking question, ask question about the process. Okay? Baru best masuk kelas, betul? Baru dia semangat. Oh, research apa hari ni yang kita nak dengar? Kan? Otherwise, hari ni kita chapter marine vertebrates. Saya nak buka ini oleh boring ah, tak payah masuk kelas. Suruh kawan QR, tangkap gambar cepat-cepat dan share. Blast. Easy. Sama je, my generation, bukan saya buat lah. Kawan sebelah tu signkan untuk the whole class. Normal lah kan? Next. So I share on the LinkedIn. So postgraduate, start building your LinkedIn profile. I purposely ask the postgraduate lah. Undergraduate, dia orang tak main LinkedIn kot. Dia orang main TikTok ke apa kan. So why you need to share on the LinkedIn? How you, because you want to establish your ethos. Don't mind about siapa baca. Jangan kisah siapa baca, boleh? You just share for the sake of yourself. Why I wrote every single day? Because for me. So that's my main objective. I have to push myself to read. So that's why I openly speak up. I say 8:30 p.m. every single night on my Facebook. You can find one new posting. To avoid conflict, I normally schedule my posting 2 weeks upfront. Konflik ni contoh apa yang mungkin hari tu ada isu, sometimes ada orang misinterpret, betul? So 3 times I have been called by the management. 3 times. So it's okay, I can justify. Okay? But I want to make sure that everyone, you push yourself. So keep showing up on the LinkedIn. So I purposely ask you showcase your unique academic internship experience develop. You can share everything from the LinkedIn. Okay? So you don't mind. Siapalah aku. Tak payahlah. You play victim. Macam tu lah, simple. Okay? Simple. Next. It's no longer enough to simply have a solid resume. Semua orang boleh ada resume yang cantik, betul? Pergi kat Canva boleh ada yang cantik. But, however, students now need a professional online presence. Okay? Ada student datang kat saya, dia nak buat, dia cakap dia a good photographer. Dia boleh tangkap gambar. Kan? Tapi saya tengok dekat IG, you mana IG? Tangkap gambar. Tak ada pun. Tak ada lah. Kan? Who you are? You have to establish your ethos. Okay, next. LinkedIn benefit for the students and alumni. You can read that one. Next. If I go to next, I just want to go last one. So this is the last one. What else that you can share in your social media? Your obsessions maybe kan? Ada orang obsesi pergi kedai kopi. Okay, pergi lah. Tapi share lah pasal kopi ke apa semua kan. Ada benda yang faedah lah. So for me, when interviewing a job, so normally when I become a panel, just last week, I interview postdoctorate and also the young lecturers. I never ever ask about their papers. I don't mind about their papers. Kan? Biasa tau, berapa paper boleh buat? I don't mind lah. You buat 3 paper, semua orang boleh buat paper, betul tak? Because they are researchers already, betul? But I'm asking about their hobby. So nanti kalau ada interview tiba-tiba ada saya kan, apa aku dah cakap pasal hobi? Yes, hobby. Yes, so hobby are important. They are a sign of someone who is active, who has passion, interest and certain zeal. Okay, hobbies prove that person knows what they like to do, get satisfaction. Okay, and the last one, someone who has hobby is a person who motivates themselves. Itu yang paling penting. And remember, in the last session, I want to wrap up that what I shared here is actually my journey as a conservationist, as a researchers, as the educators. What I shared it is actually the ones that will develop you guys kalau you rasa benda tu ada faedah untuk sama-sama. So motivate yourself. This is actually benda yang paling penting, because hidup kita ni berlawan dengan diri sendiri, betul? CGPA in the university kita tak pernah compare pun kan, siapa tinggi siapa rendah, betul? But you are actually fighting with your own self. If you have your own mission, your vision, every day you will wake up 5:30 automatic, 5:30 wake up, or 5 earlier than that you can wake up. If you keep on rely on the motivation, bila jam bunyi je you akan buka phone, you akan cari motivation punya YouTube kan, lepas tu tengok cerita pasal orang kan kat Facebook kan, you keep on seeking for motivation. No. Okay, so please have your own hobbies and share it, and this is the way on how you actually can move yourself in the conservations. Okay, tapi saya beritahu terus terang, dia tak akan menyebabkan you kaya, tetapi boleh menyebabkan kamu suka memberi dekat orang. Okay, question. Saya ada banyak benda nak bagi. Question. Tak apa, tanya je. Okay, from UMS. Sabar, sabar. Dia takut t-shirt tu habis. Dia lambat. Next. Okay, tanya soalan. Yes.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Salam UMS The Brain of Borneo. My name is Filza. Good morning, Doctor and my fellows ESG. For communication skills section, I want to ask Doctor about in point of view of introvert people, how they can express their thoughts in the extrovert circle, and how they can use communication skill, ethos, logos, pathos in extrovert zone.
Introvert, extrovert, do not tell other people. Do not tell other people. But sometimes people, they want to justify that, sebab dia tak nak menyumbang apa-apa, because you actually want to label yourself as, oh sorry, I am introvert. You are really introvert or you don't have any idea? Kan? So that's why I believe that you are learning by doing. The more you do, the more you can do later on. Just like that. So you introvert or extrovert, this one diagnosed by the professionals or not, you put it aside. Okay? You don't need to declare to everyone dekat LinkedIn, I am introvert. Right? Tak perlu kan? Perlu tak beritahu? Tak perlu. Kan? You saja tahu. But you just do it. By learning, you do buat, later on you pun dah lupa dah. Tapi kalau you keep on repeating that, I am introvert, extrovert. You pakai baju size apa? You introvert kan? No lah. M. Okay, selamat berlari. Tak ada. Tadi tak ada. Awak nak t-shirt ke ataupun Tiffin? Oh, dia suka Tiffin. Dia nak letak kek Sarawak. Okay, next questions. Sana dulu, tadi dia angkat.
Hai dan salam sejahtera Doktor. Saya Fini dari USM. Saya macam berminat tengok slide. Betul, USM Gelugo. Yes. Saya berminat dengan program yang fun run tadi tu, terteran, sebab sebelum ni saya pengarah projek untuk fun run. Jadi sina depan pun nak buat fun run lagi. Macam mana UMT kaitkan fun run tu dengan turtle, penyu? Saya nak tahu. Adakah dia macam... Okay, itulah soalan saya. Terima kasih.
Dia pakai t-shirt saya apa? S? S je yang dia?
S.
S.
Saya tak introvert.
Okay, macam mana UMT kaitkan dengan fun run kan? So this is not just another fun run. This is, we call it educational fun run. Educational fun run. What we mean that educational means that kita ada banyak exhibitions, Okay, so the first version kita buat ada exhibition. Orang lepas lari, semua orang nak tunggu cabutan bertuah kan, for the lucky draw, and then dia boleh engage with my team. And now kita bawa fun run itu in the campus. So siapa yang join, adik-adik sekolah kan, the school kids join the fun run, tetapi mereka akan melalui jalan-jalan di dalam UMT, lalu pantai, lalu library, lalu pusing sana, pergi dekat gallery semua kan. So that's actually my previous experience when the first time I know the word university. Because those days kita tak ada Astro, tak ada internet. University, I tak pernah imagine what is university. So my teachers that time bring us go to Kuala Lumpur. Okay, go to Kuala Lumpur, budak kampung, and masuk UKM, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia. And then we went to MMU, Multimedia University. Gempak kan? Budak kampung masuk, so that's the word university. Baru saya tahu. Then only I get the vision to go to university. Okay, so what we meant by fun run, this is not just another fun run, this is educational fun run. So let the participant berlari kat pantai, berlari so that they can feel the environment in the campus. Okay, at the same time also, we do it together with the World Ocean Weeks. World Ocean Weeks means that a lot of the exhibitions done by a lot of different PTJs. So sangat banyak-banyak pameran. Hadiah pun banyak. So please register fun run next year kan. 8.0 7. 7, 8 lah. Oh, 8 lah. Saya pun dah lupa. Okay, next question.
Assalamualaikum.
Ya, wassalam.
My name is Mubaraka. I come from Universiti Sultan Zainal Abidin, UNIZA. Okay, I actually have two questions.
Sebaik tak mengata Uniza deh. Okay, next.
Okay, so I actually have two questions. The first is going to be, how do you actually toe the line between making money, like as you mentioned, ROI, and actually consistently having efficient conservation efforts? And my second question is more from a legal perspective, because I'm a law student. So how do you deal with researches and evidences that end up not making it onto policies, government policies? So
Okay,
those are my
so let me answer the first one said. How to differentiate that, either making money or the conservations? Okay, I just be frank, conservation need money. Okay, yes, I just be frank. So dia punya soalan, macam mana saya nak separate between the conservations or making money? I just be frank to everyone, conservation needs money. So I deliver the message that this is what we face dekat pulau. In the early seasons, okay, we have to spend up to 8,000 ringgit in order for us to remove all the rubbish from after monsoons. Okay, at the nesting beach, kita ada sangat banyak sampah selepas musim monsoon, betul? So who pay the cost? Nobody pay the cost. So we need support from the people. So that's why I keep on sharing and then educate our people. Conservation need money. Okay? So at the same time also, half of my collection also goes to the state government. Is that fair? Fair? Kan? So kalau saya collect duit, boleh bina bungalow 3 tingkat, 5 tingkat, that's not fair. So that's why if you are making money, make sure that it will be inclusive. Make sure that this one for everyone and make sure it is forever. Okay, so how to deal with the policy making and everything, so we have to engage a lot. So that's why every single year we have twice, 2 times meeting together with the main stakeholders. So next week we will meeting on the national plan of actions for the sea turtles. So we will reveal everything, and then for me, every single papers that I managed to publish. So selalu tengok pensyarah dekat social media kan, Alhamdulillah paper Q1. What does it mean? Alhamdulillah paper Q1. Lepas tu ramai congrats. But for me, no, that's not me. Every time I manage to publish a paper, means that that's the new finding. I will make sure that I will tell the real story behind that study and what's this the implication, what is the output from that study. I will push my team as well. Even though very, very fundamental thing, but I will make sure that they have to share the message. Okay? So this is the way on how we have to educate our policies maker as well. So not only educate our people, but at the same time also, who change the country? The policies maker. So that's why, keep on communicating, and you have to sharpen up the skill of communications by doing. That's why I encourage everyone, start writing every single day. If you cannot commit every single day, you schedule it. Push yourself. Okay? To sharpen up your skill. Posting sikit je, 300 words kan, sikit je kan. Ada macam-macam bahan sekarang ni kan. So, just share it. Okay? Dia dapat hadiah dah tadi? Belum eh? Thank you. Last one. Saya ada masa lagi. Yes. Oh, cepat. Tolonglah saya. Yes. Question.
Okay, so my name is Darren. I am from Upsi. So I actually want to ask for some advice. So how do you actually build resiliency of you communicate with a lot of partnership collaboration, as well as align with your vision and mission to conserve this turtle? Yeah. So basically, how you actually build your resiliency to keep communicating with this a lot of partnership collaboration, as well as align with your vision and mission. Maybe sometimes you need to like accommodate to their request or something. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. How I actually keep my principles is as simple as I said. If you go to my office, in front of my computer is actually my personal mission. I stated there. Okay. So any of the opportunity that coming to me, for example today, UMT asked me to share about the communication thing, about the conservations. Is this aligned with my personal mission? If it's aligned, I will say yes. If I want to reject it, normally I will reject it immediately. If I want to accept that, I will take 24 hours. Boleh? Faham? So, any of the opportunity that you get, because nowadays a lot of distraction, isn't it? People ask you to do that, people ask you to do that, and then if you say yes for every single thing, and then you will be dragged off. Kan? So remember, Garry Kasparov. Do you know Garry Kasparov? Garry Kasparov is the grandmaster of the chess. Garry Kasparov mentioned that, said like this: if you want to win the game, you have to play with your own strategy. You have to stick with your own strategy, your game. If you didn't set your own strategy, people will drag you to their game. Kalau kamu main chess, if you play chess, make sure you stick with your plan, with your strategy. If you didn't have any plan, you keep on response with the peoples, then later on you will drag off. And then you will lost, and then you hanyut, and then satu hari nanti orang pun dah tak kisah pasal you, betul? So nampak very, very individualistic, but this one is about to keep holding about your mission. Okay? If you want to reject anything, just reject it. If you want to accept it, give it 24 hours. Then only tomorrow you will respond that. Okay. Because you have to think, right? Ni kena mengena ke tidak atau apa kan? Okay? Easy. Senang tanya soalan dapat. Kesian kawan tu. Saya bagi dia magazine lah. Lepas tu dia share dengan kawan dia. Okay, so because I have a cross video together with our ni. Okay, so by that I will say thank you very much for your attentions. So hopefully you enjoy for the whole program at Universiti Malaysia Terengganu, and please register for the fun run next year. Cewa kan. So, OS, if you are interested with the sea turtle conservation, please go to our website, seatru, seatru.umt.edu.my, or just follow our social media. You just go find me, Uzai Rosli. I have at LinkedIn, Facebook, and any of the social media as well. Sometimes you can find Sea Turtle Research Unit, sometimes you can find me, myself. Okay, so by that, thank you. Enjoy. Negeri paling bahagia di Malaysia.
On behalf of Universiti Malaysia Terengganu and the Summit Organising Committee, we extend our heartfelt appreciation to Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Uzai bin Rusli for sharing his invaluable knowledge and inspiring insights over the first expert talk session titled Conservation Leadership Communication. Ladies and gentlemen, before departing, all guests of honor, the event secretariat and participants are requested to take their places to complete the photo session. Attention to all delegates. We're going to have interview sessions, so all delegates are required to have 5-minute break. We kindly request all delegates to proceed to be seated as our next expert talk session will commence shortly. Don't forget to capture your favorite moments during the event, take photos and videos, and don't forget to tag your post with ESG UMT 2026. Thank you.
Just a chance to win your heart. You can set the bar beyond the stars. I'll do anything, anything you ask me to. Say you want the moon, watch me learn to fly. Ain't a mountain you could point to. I wouldn't climb. It's crazy, but it's true. There's nothing I won't do. I'd risk it all for you. To hold your hand and call you mine. I'm trying to be your man till the end of time. Oh, I'll do anything.
Please remind your friends who hasn't entered the halls to enter the hall as our next session is about to start. Thank you.
Just to be by your side. If your heart's on the line, you could take mine. It's crazy, but it's true. There's nothing I won't do. I'd risk it all for you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning to everyone. As we continue our journey throughout the summit under the theme Mobilizing Young Leaders as Catalysts for Blue Justice, we will now shift to another aspect of sustainable development through our second session of Expert Talk titled ESG for Beginners, Mangrove Literacy. Our panel for this session, she currently serves as a lecturer in the Marine Biology program at the Faculty of Marine Science and Environment, Universiti Malaysia, Terengganu. Her specialized expertise lies in mangrove ecology, blue carbon dynamics, and carbon budget assessment using advanced deep soil core methodologies. Her rigorous fieldwork provides critical data to precisely map and quantify carbon sequestration potential of regional coastal habitats. Demonstrating outstanding research leadership, she, alongside her colleagues, is also actively involved in the Revive project, an initiative dedicated to developing equitable and community-driven mangrove restoration model across Malaysia. It is my distinct honor to give the floor to Dr. Giovanna Walswich. With all due respect, please welcome.
Yeah, can you hear me? Am I audible? Okay. So my name is Giovanna Volswijk, and I'm a young researcher and young lecturer, just started last year. And I study mangroves. So do you know something about mangroves? Yes, you already know something, that's good. So what I want to do today, I want you to be passionate about mangroves like me. So I'm really passionate about what I study. So I really, really love mangroves, and I hope today you will also learn to love mangroves together with me. Okay, so please, next slide. Okay, next. Okay, so a little bit of theory because we want to understand first what are mangroves. So mangroves, this is the theory, the most large definition that we have on mangroves. So mangroves are plants that grow in tropical, subtropical, and warm temperate latitudes. So Malaysia is in this category, right? Along intertidal land, sea interface. So very in between the land and the sea. What we find, some trees, and those trees are mangroves. And then we can also find them in bays, estuaries, lagoons, and backwaters. So sometimes you just find them here, there. Even on Bidong Island, yesterday I found there were 5 mangrove trees just hiding. And most of them are woody trees, so they are trees. But some of them are also shrubs. And there's also a mangrove that is a palm. Do you know that? So nipa tree is a palm and it's a mangrove. Oh, some of them are herbaceous, so they are like ferns, like the acarsicum and the acanthus. And these plants and the associated organisms that live in the mangroves constitute the mangrove forest community. So everything that lives in the mangroves forms a community. So there's the trees that are the foundation of the mangroves, because without the trees you don't have the ecosystem. And then there's everything that lives in the mangroves that we also call as mangal. And so everything together, the mangal and the abiotic factors, so the water, the salinity, the tides that come in and go out. So the mangroves are weird places, right? Because we have water that comes in, and then water that goes out, and then there's a lot of salinity, so the plants are in a stressful condition. And all of that together is the mangrove ecosystem. Okay, next. So these mangrove trees can survive in very extreme environments. So these soils are flooded. They are anoxic. They don't have oxygen because they're flooded. So there's no oxygen too much in the soil. So how do they breathe? How do these trees survive in this very extreme environment? So they have adaptations. And what kind of adaptations are very visible are the roots. So every time we see mangroves, we imagine mangroves that have roots like this, right? So this is the Rhizophora species. So this species has this typical mangrove root when you do the image of the mangroves like that. But there's also other types of roots. Not all the species have the same root types. So some species have knee-bent roots. So some roots that pop up from the soil and look like little knees that come and go. And then you have others that have pneumatophores. So pneumatophores, actually, the word pneumatophores means breathing roots. So all of them would be pneumatophores, actually. But specifically, genus Soneration and Avicennia, we call them as pneumatophores because they are like pencils that come out of the soil. So you see a lot of these little pencil things that are around the tree. And all of those are for breathing. And also for stability, because these soils are kind of muddy. So they're not very stable. And then you have the water coming in. So these trees really need to have something to stabilize themselves. And then also the salinity. We have the other problem. Okay, normal trees, they cannot survive in high saline environment. So how these mangroves can survive? Other adaptations. And different species have different adaptations. Not all work the same. So some mangroves, they exclude the salt. So in the roots, they have some system, okay, we take out all the salt. We don't want any salt to enter in the tree. Okay, and they have a mechanism for that. And then other trees, they just absorb the salt, and then they bring it all up to the leaves. And then in the leaves, they secrete the salt. So if you take the leaf from the mangrove tree, from the Avicennia species, for example, and you lick it, oh, it will be salty. So when I bring my students to the field, I always let them try. Okay, how does it taste? And then, yeah, some also accumulate salt inside the leaves, so other species. Okay, next. Next slide. Yes. Okay. And other adaptations. Okay, how they do disperse? Because they're in the water. That's also difficult, right? How do they want to disperse? If they drop a seed in the water, the seed will just go bye-bye. How you want to make a new generation of trees? So they have what is called vivipary. So the baby mangroves grow attached to the mother tree. And we call them as propagules. So that one is a propagule. And what happens is the germination of the seed happens on top of the tree. So when it's still attached. So the seedling already starts going out when it's attached to the tree. And then in that way, it can get ready. Okay, get ready for the saline conditions, so it can survive. And what happens then? It can drop, and it can float. Oh, and then it can move. So sometimes it just drops and just stays near to the mother tree most of the time. But it can also disperse. It can also move with the water. And we actually studied that they can move very far and for a long time. So even they can survive more than 1 year in the water. So after they fall down, they can go and they can go to the sea and they can move to another place. So that is the way the mangroves can easily disperse in the water. Okay, next. But why do these mangroves matter? So, okay, they have very unique characteristics that are very interesting. But what is the benefit of having mangroves? Anyone knows? Yeah? So to have habitat, yes, that's one of them. Okay, let's look into details. Next. Okay, one thing is the coastal protection. Okay, we have these mangroves, they have these big roots, right? So what they can do is they attenuate the wave. So when we have very big waves, in case of storm, for example, these waves, they will go on the coast. And when they meet the roots, these roots will reduce the energy of the waves because they have some resistance, right? They make a barrier, a natural barrier. So slowly the wave impact is reduced by the mangroves. Okay, next. Oh wait, can you click on the link? There is a nice model actually. Okay, so you can see this was a model that they made of how the wave attenuation happens with the mangroves. So you can see on one side you have the waves, on the other side almost nothing. So that is the power of the mangroves. Okay, go back to the side. Next one. And that has a big impact on coastal communities. So can you imagine you build a house on the shore and you will have this huge impact of the waves and of the storms. And imagine there is like a hurricane or cyclone. Okay, then that house, bye-bye. But if we have mangroves, the house will stay because the mangroves will catch the first big impact and then it will reduce the impact. And this way, mangroves can reduce the annual flooding for more than 18 million people. And if we know that without the mangroves, 39% more people would be flooded than without the mangroves. So this is really the value of the mangroves. So we can put some economic value on this mangrove ecosystem service. So it can be estimated up to 82 billion US dollars annually. That is the value of the coastal protection service that the mangroves provide. And in countries like Vietnam, India, Bangladesh, China, and the Philippines, these mangroves have a very large impact because these countries have a lot of cyclones, a lot of storm surges, so it really has an impact. Next. Okay, at the same time, these roots also trap the sediments. So what they also do is they accrete the sediments. And you can see, this is in days. So after mangroves were planted, you can see how the sediment increases in layers. And this also helps with stabilizing the coast. So it prevents erosion. So if you think erosion is when the sediments are brought away by the storm. So if you have something that instead accumulates the sediments, there will be some stabilization and less erosion in the coast. Okay, next. Another thing, we have so many ecosystem services, right? So water quality. So at the same time, still these roots, they have another function. They can clean the water. So many mangroves, they are able also to trap heavy metals, to trap pollutants. And so the water that goes out of the mangrove area will be clean from all these pollutants. And otherwise it will just go straight to the sea. And it's also thanks to microbial activity. So we have specific microorganisms in the mangrove soil that break down pollutants. And there is the composition of pesticides and herbicides and heavy metal removal. Okay, next. And then there is one big ecosystem service that everyone is talking about, and that is the carbon sequestration. So how do mangroves actually do this carbon sequestration? Well, mangroves are trees, right? So mangroves do photosynthesis. So they use the light and they take CO2 from the atmosphere to provide nutrients for the plant. So they make, and this carbon that goes into the plant from the CO2 will be stored into the leaves, into the trunk, in all the live tissues of this mangrove tree. But then the mangrove, sometimes it sheds leaves, or some branches fall down. Okay, that carbon then goes to the sediment level. And then, because the sediment level is anoxic, when, for example, the crab activity, they take a leaf and they bring it in the burrow, and it's now underground. That leaf will not be decomposed very easily, because there is no oxygen. And that is the way that mangroves can accumulate much more carbon than other terrestrial ecosystems. So if we see this very famous picture, that indicates that mangroves can accumulate 4 to 5 times more carbon than other terrestrial ecosystems. And it is because most of the carbon is in the soil. So most of the carbon will be stored below ground and will slowly accumulate over a very long time. So in my research, I got sediments that were 4,000 years old. So these mangroves were trapping the carbon for 4,000 years. So yeah, that is a very big timeline. Okay, next. At the same time, it's also a habitat. So what you were saying before. A habitat for fish, and there's permanent residents, so fish that always stay in the mangroves, and fish that use the mangroves as nursery. So because it's a protected environment, baby fish really like to stay there. Because it's a shelter. So these root systems, they provide shelter from the predators, and they provide food. So because there's a lot of organic matter, so a lot of plankton, small invertebrates, so fish like to stay there. And then this makes mangroves an essential ecosystem for fish species that are also of economic value, and I will come to that after this. Okay, next. And it's not only fish, there's so many other animals living in the mangroves. So in Bangladesh or in Indian Sundarbans, we even have tigers. So we have even big mammals that come to the mangroves. We have crocodiles. We have snakes. We have monkeys. And then we have a lot of crabs, obviously. Okay, next. Okay, so mangroves are not only useful for the environment, they are not just a habitat, they are not just coastal protection, they are also an income for local communities. So many local communities that live in coastal areas rely on the mangroves for their livelihood. And I will show you some examples, but in the Matang Mangrove Forest Reserve, that is in the west coast of Peninsular Malaysia, they use the mangrove to make charcoal. So this charcoal is a very good quality charcoal, and I will talk about that later on also as well. So next. And then at the same time, they're also used as fisheries. So we talked about how mangroves are good for nursery for fish. That means that many economically important species also are there. And also aquaculture and cage culture of fish is also practiced in mangrove area because of the nutrients. Okay, next. But mangroves can provide also food directly. So there is some mangrove products that can be used as food. Did you know about that? No, right? That's quite unique. So that one is the fern, the acrosticum. It can be used to make a curry. In some places, in Sri Lanka, if I'm not mistaken, they use it for cooking. You can make coffee out of mangroves. You can make fruit juice. Have you ever seen this? This is the mangrove apple. It's a Soneretia fruit. So this one is good to make fruit juice. And they even make ice cream in some places. So that is quite a unique. Mangrove honey, because mangrove also host bees, and these bees make quite unique honey. So that is another product that local communities can harvest from the mangroves. And in some places, like, they also even have a cookbook for mangroves. 36 Indonesian mangrove recipes. Oh, so many. So many food uses of the mangroves, actually. Okay, next. But mangrove can also be medicine. So some of the compounds that are inside the mangrove tree can be used as antifungal, antibacterial, and antiviral. So there's different parts of the trees, they have different compounds. And it can be used to heal wounds, diarrhea, stomachache, so many conditions they use. And it can also be used as a mosquito repellent. So it has so many values. Okay, next. So this is the global distribution of the mangroves. And as you can see, it's in the tropical and subtropical. And the total mangrove extent is estimated to be around 147,000 square kilometers. As you can see, we are here, around there. So there you have Malaysia that is in one of the hotspots for mangrove diversity. Okay, next. But these mangroves stay in the coastal area. So these coastal areas is also where the major development of the cities are. If you look at that map from 1950, there was not too much big developments going around, but if we look in 2020, the coastal population on the coast is so much higher. And it is in the same place where the mangroves are. So we have some problem there. So we have threats. So these mangroves are in danger because we are occupying the space. So we have coastal development. So urbanization drives mangrove loss and degradation, and human population density in coastal regions is 3 times higher than before. So now we have really a problem there. And this coastal development at the same time also brings pollution. So mangroves can handle some amount of pollution, but there is a threshold. At some point, if the mangroves are full of plastic, there is no space anymore for the trees to grow. And then there will be a problem. And then coastal development also brings on a need for agriculture and aquaculture. So people that live on the coast need to eat somehow. So they will clear land to make agriculture and aquaculture. And it's not just a question of clearing the land, so removing mangroves, it's also a question of changing hydrology. So if you, for example, clear a mangrove area for aquaculture, then you will change the hydrology of the place, and then it will be difficult for the mangroves to grow there. Then there's direct logging also, and obviously also climate change also plays a big role, especially sea level rise. So we know the sea level is increasing. So if the sea level is increasing, the mangroves, yes, they can move a bit landwards, but if there is a coastal population there, there's no more space for the mangroves. So there we have a big problem. So the major global decline drivers of mangroves are aquaculture, that is still the primary driver in Southeast Asia, although it's slowing down. So it was a very big issue 10 years ago. Now it's slowly, we are starting to recover the mangroves actually, so there is some hope. Then obviously coastal development and also natural factors that are becoming of increasing importance because climate change is also increasing the frequency of cyclones and hurricanes. Okay, next one. So if we look at the causes of loss of mangrove biodiversity, we have aquaculture that decreases the mangrove area and then habitat destruction. Then we have dumping of garbage, industrial waste, toxic substance, and petroleum goods that damage the mangrove ecosystem. So we have a habitat fragmentation, and that also affects the biodiversity. Then we have the construction of infrastructure that also removes the mangroves, and that also causes habitat degradation. And then we have the, like example, construction of a hotel or industries that overexploit the mangroves. So we have a replacement of the habitat. as I was saying, there is some hope for optimism because the efforts on conservation have been going on, and the attention on mangrove for all the ecosystem services that I mentioned before is increasing. So last year we had an unexpected expansion and regrowth in mangrove forest over the past 4 decades. So there is in some places there is an increase. And mangrove gift causes for conservation optimism for now. So there is some optimism still there. But now, today we are talking about ESG, right? So yeah, we should talk something about ESG. What is E, what is S, what is G? So E stands for environment, S and G. Okay, so how do we put mangroves inside this framework? Yeah? What do you think? Okay, in the environment. Okay. But not just in the environment, actually. So let's go to the next. So for the environment, yes, high density blue carbon storage and stable coastal wave attenuation. And that has a greenhouse gas reduction and a physical asset risk mitigation. So it reduces the floods and the impact of storms. But also on the social part, it sustains fish stocks. And it supports coastal communities. So that is social. So the local communities have human rights compliance, and they have a dependence on the mangroves. So that is the social component. And then there is a governance component. Because all these ecosystems, if we want to monetize the ecosystem services, we need some type of verification. And that's where the governance comes in. And so we cannot just, okay, we do a plantation. Okay, after 2 years the plantation is dead. So how do you want to count it? We need something to verify. So that is part of the governance. Okay, next. So when we do restoration, we can have bed replanting. Many times people think about restoration, okay, replanting activity, right? Many times that is the immediate thing when you think about restoration. Okay, we need to replant. And that's not always the case. Because when you throw thousands of propagules in a place, but that place is not suitable, or that species is not suitable for that place, then how do we want to count that as restoration? Because it's not working. So those seedlings will die. So what we need to do is we need to do a good restoration. And we call that as ecological mangrove restoration, because we are not just looking at planting. We are looking at restoring the hydrology and making sure that there is a good tidal flow. We are looking at removing barriers that maybe don't allow the tide to come in. And then matching species with where the original species that were growing in that space. Because different species have different tolerance in salinity. So not all the species can grow in the same place. And also allow natural seed dispersal. Oftentimes when you restore the hydrology, then there's no need for planting. The mangroves can come back naturally if there's a natural mangrove patch nearby, because they can come with the water. So there's not always a need for planting. Okay, next one. And there are manuals, there are guidelines for this. So it's our job to make this very visible. So we need to look at strategies like site feasibility and set realistic goals. We look at hydrology. We prioritize natural regeneration. We use ecological planting, not monoculture planting. It's easy to plant Rhizophora propagules because the shape is easy to plant, but that's not always, easy is not always the best. And then, very important, we need to engage the local communities, because those are the people that live close to the mangroves. Those are the people that can monitor the mangroves. If someone just plants and goes away, we cannot know if it's successful or not. And then we need to think long term, because a mangrove tree doesn't grow in 1 year. It grows to an adult tree in about 20 to 30 years. So that is long, it's a long time. So we need to stop thinking short time and think long time, on the long term. And there need to be monitoring, evaluation of what is happening. Is the plantation successful? Is it going on? How is the blue carbon accumulation going? So there needs to be some monitoring activity that also integrate the blue carbon. Okay, next. So we need to have this community-centered implementation. How do we empower local communities that live close to the mangroves? So we are looking at local stewardship and equitable governance. So if we engage these local communities from the beginning, so we want to restore the site and we immediately need to engage the local communities. Why? Because they are the people that will have the benefit from these mangroves. Okay, next one. So if you think about blue carbon, because that is the scheme that is going on nowadays, is, okay, we want to plant mangroves because they can absorb carbon. So we need to look at the below ground, soil organic matter, and living biomass. And this over time. So there needs to be a monitoring that starts from a few years after plantation and then continues after 6 years, after 10 years. And if there is any issues, they need to be addressed. So I was working with an NGO in Bangladesh, and they did some restoration activity. And there the problem was that the goats were eating all the little plants. So they had to make some fencing. So by putting a physical fence, they were able to have a successful restoration. Then crediting standards. There need to be some verification, the governance aspect. So, for example, there is Vera or Plan Vivo that verify the carbon credits. So there was some news that in some places they were having ghost carbon credits because they assumed that the plantation was successful, but it was not. So they were selling the carbon credits and there was no carbon being sequestered. So we need to be careful about that. And then the policies. So we need to align this carbon project with the national determined contributions and high quality carbon guidance. Okay. And this is to ensure multi-decadal success. So we need to look at long-term monitoring and apply before-after control impact. So this is my new project actually is the Revive project. And there we are actually doing an RCT, so that is a randomized control trial. So we are looking at 3 different places, and then we are trying to do an intervention to improve mangrove restoration, and look what is the before and what is the after, and how the local communities benefit from that. And then some core indicators that can be assessed easily are canopy cover, the biomass growth, the density of the fauna that is in the mangrove, for example, the crabs, and looking at how the hydrology is working, at the soil carbon accumulation, and local socio-economic livelihood improvement. So we look at the value chains of the mangrove products, for example. Okay, how the fruit juice made from the mangroves can be, the selling of these products can be improved, for example. Okay, next. So one example for the carbon credit scheme is from Kenya. So there they was the first very successful carbon credit scheme restoration effort. And it's called the Mikoko Pamoja project. And it's a community-led initiative. So here in 2010, they started the project. And they wanted to sell carbon credits. So it was not only to protect the environment, but it was also to help the local communities. So they were looking at coastal protection, biodiversity improvement, and climate change mitigation. Okay, next. And this is a little bit more about this project. So actually they had a very good collaboration between the local and the international. And they were able to have a system that at first international organizations were involved, but now it's mostly the local communities that are carrying on the project. And they also support the local communities not just by the ecosystem services that are derived directly from the mangroves, but the money raised from the carbon credit selling was also used to improve the livelihood of the local communities, for example, by building wells or schools. And so it's the economy behind the selling of the carbon credit was directly benefiting the local communities. Okay. So what is the ESG impact of this particular project? So if you look at the environmental side, we have restored nursery grounds for fisheries and stabilized shorelines against coastal erosion, as well as the carbon accumulation. Then we have the social component, and that is that 100% of the revenue from this carbon credit is going to the communities. So the Mikoko Pamaja Community Organization. And this pays for drinking water, school renovations, textbooks, medical supplies, and whatsoever. And then the government plan is that this is a verified carbon credit scheme. So they have this verified by Plan Vivo. And it's managed very transparently. So it's the village representatives themselves are working together with the scientific advisors to verify the carbon credits. Okay. Now let's come back to Malaysia. Because Malaysia also has some good management of mangroves. So as I was saying before, the Matang Mangrove Forest Reserve is where they make charcoal. But they make charcoal in a very unique way. And it's a sustainable silviculture. So this has been going on since more than 100 years, since 1902. And the purpose of this silviculture is for the production of poles and charcoal. So there's two species that are mainly used for this purpose. And then the forest is itself divided into different areas. So there's some areas that are exploited for the pole and charcoal production, and some areas that are left for protection, so they're not clear-felled, or restrictive productive is like some transition area. Okay, next one. So what they do is a 30-year silvicultural cycle. So if you see here, they start by reforesting the area. So then they will leave the forest alone for 15 years. And then they thin a bit. So they remove some trees to decrease the density, so that the trees that are there can grow a bit bigger. Then they wait another 5 years. At 20 years, they do a second intervention. And then at 30 years, they clear fell the whole forest. So the wood that is derived from the first interventions, the thinnings, is used for pole production. So those are used for poles that are then sold to the local market. And then the charcoal is actually, 90% of it is exported to Japan, because it's a very good quality charcoal, and Japan really likes the charcoal from Malaysian mangroves. And then after they cut all the mangroves, they replant, but after 2 years. So they wait first if there's any natural regeneration, so if the trees come back by themselves, and then they will add on some planting in case it's not. It's less than 90%. Okay. At the same time, this management allows for habitat preservation, because not all the mangrove forests are cut at the same time. And so the fauna species can survive and they can thrive in that system, because even though the forest is cut at some time, there is still an adjacent patch that can be used for the fauna. So the avifauna, for example, the birds, they fly from one patch to the other when there is clear felling. Okay, next. And in terms of carbon, this is my own results. We found that there is a lot more carbon than what we were actually thinking, because I sampled up to 10 meters depth. So I went 10 meter deep, and I looked how much carbon is in there, and it was really 5 times more than what we were expecting. So there is a lot of carbon in the forest in Matang. Okay? So this is the employment for the local communities. And next. And what is the ESG impact? So we have a 30-year rotation with strict protected zone buffers, so a sustainable yield and carbon neutrality. So the carbon stock that is removed when the trees are cut is actually restored in the process because we always replant the trees. So we can say that this is a neutral carbon budget. And then we have the social part, so local concessions for charcoal kiln operators and woodcutters, and this secures livelihood for local communities. And then we have the governance, so the Perak's forestry department is actually monitoring all this management by putting every 10 years a new working plan. So every 10 years they have a new book that sets guidelines on how do we manage this forest. Okay. At the same time, another pillar that is used in Matang as well is the ecotourism. So we bring tourists to the mangroves to make them appreciate the mangroves. So ecotourism creates daily cash flow for local communities because if we just rely, for example, on carbon, that takes time. That takes 30 years before the trees are grown. But so adding ecotourism adds value to the economy. Okay. What are these ecotourism activities? For example, kayaking and canoeing in the mangroves, guided boat tours, educational and research tourism, and volunteer and community-based programs. Okay, let's go a bit fast. I'm almost out of time. So if we look at ecotourism on ESG perspective, we can see that ecotourism allows for visitors, allows for deterrence from illegal logging. So we need to protect this place that is accessed by the visitors because we don't want the visitors to see illegal logging. So illegal logging will not happen in that place. Then we have social parts, so there's employment for the youth and women especially. And then governance, so there is tracked transparency of the fees that are put in for the entrance in the mangroves. And that can be tracked clearly for the whole village. So let's come to a conclusion. How do we actually inform young people about mangroves? And that is through literacy. So ecotourism brings people into the forest, but literacy turns visitors into stewards and investors into informed decision makers. So we want to transform the ideology in people's minds. So first, maybe they're thinking about mangroves, oh, it's this muddy, smelly place. But after visiting the mangroves, they should be able to appreciate the value of the mangroves. And there are several ways in which we can inform young people about mangroves. So, next one. Example, through books. I recently went to a conference in Japan, and I went to a mangrove tour. And they had this really nice song about mangroves. So I don't know what it's saying, but every crab has a different instrument based on how they can hold it with their claws. So they have a story about the mangroves crabs there. The other one, the second one there is from Colombia. So there was a little story of I am the guardian of the mangroves. And the third one there is a story that we developed with my supervisor and PhD supervisor. So it's also like a children's story that can help children understand what is the importance of mangroves. Okay. But it's not only by books. Games. You know, mangroves are in a lot of games. You know Minecraft? You know, there is a mangrove tree in Minecraft. So at the conference I went in Japan, these kids there, they are 12 and 15, they were presenting a poster about games with mangroves. And what is the accuracy of these mangrove representation in games? So what is the perspective that children get from playing these games that have mangroves in them? Okay, next one. Or through movies. So there's a lot of documentaries that showcase mangroves, but also movies that are not necessarily documentaries. You know what is that? Avatar, yes. So, Avatar shows mangroves in a really nice way because they show really that mangroves can be useful. So that is a very good representation of value of mangroves. So if our culture views mangroves as smelly, useless mosquito swarms, our policies and investments will treat them as disposable. But when books, games, and films teach us to see them as bioshields, carbon balls, and beautiful places, then the culture can shift, and then really we can make an impact to protect the mangroves that we have. Okay, next. That's it. Thank you. So, questions?
Test. Hello, my name is Zafrul, and I'm from USM. And my question is that it seems that mangroves can trap microplastic, and it can also absorb excess nitrogen. But out of curiosity, how can mangroves be implemented as medicine, since you stated that just now?
Yeah, so actually there's a lot of local traditional knowledge on the medicine use of mangroves. So by interviewing local communities, we can actually know, okay, these people use the mangroves as a medicine. So then we can study, okay, what are the compounds that are inside the mangroves and what is actually the medicinal benefit of these compounds.
Assalamualaikum. Doctor, I was interested in when you say that mangroves is one of the natural barrier. So I understand that the nature of the plantation of mangrove, we can plant it on the direct in the saltwater. But I'm asking, is it possible that mangrove or any other plant to be considered as alternative to replace the water break, like at Batu Rakit, we see how many years we book and it's collapsed again. So I was wondering, is there any research or any possibility that that this type of natural barrier can be used to change the breakwater? That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really good question, actually. The thing is, in places where mangrove grows, there is that function. So they have that function of coastal protection. But the thing is also that mangroves cannot grow everywhere. They cannot grow on sand, for example. So we cannot expect mangroves to be, that we can plant mangroves everywhere on the coast, because some places are just not suitable. It's like if it's a sandy beach, it's not possible to plant the mangroves there. So in that case, it's still good to have a different type of barrier built there. But what can be done is planting other coastal trees, vegetation, that can also improve the sediment accretion and so reduce erosion and reduce the problem also of the impact of the waves.
Thanks. Hello and Salam Sejahtera. My name is Joseph Anja from UMT. Before that, I would like to congratulations to you, Doctor, that you and other UMT research that securing the international grant worth for 3 million for the mangrove conservation projects. Actually, I had learned about mangrove in my subject, which is my ecosystem aquaculture. And I also had the opportunities to go into Indonesia and Philippines about the mangrove. When I went to there, country, I noticed that mangrove management is quite different compared to Malaysia. Okay, based on your experience and mangrove research, does success of mangrove conservation depend on advance in technologies and scientific research, on the involvement of local communities? Why?
Okay, so that's a big question. But yes, mangrove management is not the same everywhere because not everywhere we have the same conditions. And obviously, it's always also depends on like what kind of knowledge is given to the local communities. So if more knowledge is shared with local communities on how to sustainably manage mangroves, they will be able to manage mangroves in a better way. So you mentioned aquaculture. In some places they combine aquaculture with mangrove plantation. And that actually still has a benefit because even though aquaculture is destroying the environment, if you still do it with combination of mangroves, then it's still better than an aquaculture that is just by itself without any vegetation cover. So it really depends on the place, I would say, and how much information is given to the local communities by the scientific part, but also how is the livelihood, what are the value chains in that particular place. So what are the uses of mangroves in that particular place? So for example, in Matang is very specific because they make the charcoal, but that is not applicable anywhere else because that is a very specific system. So there's just a few places in the world where that kind of system is integrated. In Indonesia, there's another case where they make wood chips. But yeah, there's a few cases only. So it really depends on what is the livelihood of the local communities. Because if they're just relying on aquaculture, then if they're just making aquaculture ponds, after aquaculture ponds, those have a timeline of like 10 years and then they're abandoned because they're not productive anymore. So oftentimes the system there needs to change in a way that it can integrate mangroves and the aquaculture is done in a more sustainable way.
Hello, doctor. My name is Muhammad Raisul Islam, and I'm an international student from Bangladesh. Okay. And I got a privilege to go to Sundaban, the forest, and I learned there that mangroves are seawater trees, right? Mm-hmm. They segregate salt through their roots and their leaves. Is it true, doctor?
Yes.
And how they do that?
This depends on the species actually. Different species have different mechanisms for salt coping mechanisms. So, for example, the Avicennia species, they have special wood vessels, so they can carry the salty water actually without collapsing. So it's really the structure of the wood vessels that is different than terrestrial vegetation.
If they take salt from the soil, is the soil still salty or is it like
it's
fresh
still
water?
salty, obviously, because there's always salty water going in. So obviously that is always there. The salt is always there. But then for the Avicennia species, for example, they have special glands in the leaves that can then remove the salt. So the salt will accumulate on the below of the leaves.
Hello.
Hello, Assalamualaikum and very good morning. My name is Haikal and I'm from Universiti Malaysia Kelantan. I'm excited to know, did you use any other application, for example like remote sensing and GIS in your study?
Yes, absolutely.
So if you do, what do you use it for?
So, for example, in Matang, we actually mapped the carbon in the biomass and in the soil in the whole forest. Because in Matang, we can actually know the age of the forest. So then we can model how the carbon is accumulated in the biomass and in the soil. So we can create an age map, and then from the age map, we can create a biomass map, and then a soil map. And
the whole Matang forest?
For the whole Matang forest, yes. And then in other areas, we just map the presence of the mangroves, and then we can also estimate how much biomass and carbon, but it's a little bit less accurate when you don't know the age.
Yeah. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning, Doctor. My name is Mubaraka from Universiti Sultan Zainal Abidin. I have one question. So it's pertaining to mangrove trees grow around coastal regions, correct? So since the communities that stay around the coastal regions mainly consist of middle to lower income communities, how does conservation of the mangrove trees benefit the locals, as it might there's still possibilities of harboring pathogens and dangerous mosquitoes and stuff like that?
Okay, yeah, actually there's a little bit of a misconception about some of those things, because sometimes we think, okay, there is a muddy area, it's a harbor for mosquitoes that have diseases, but oftentimes that is not really the problem. The problem is maybe the basin of water that is left untouched, because in the mangroves, if there is tidal flow, the water is not stagnant. So there is not much issue with the mosquitoes being a pathogen carrier. But we are doing studies actually also on pathogens in mangroves, also in the mammals, so how the mammals in the mangroves can carry pathogens. So can be a problem, but mostly mangroves have more benefits than disservices. We call them as ecosystem disservices. So sometimes we also map the ecosystem services versus the ecosystem disservices. So what are the bad things that are in the mangroves, coming from mangroves to the local communities? And then we try to make a trade-off, okay, what is the benefit towards the bad things, and then try to balance it in some way.
Tes. Assalamualaikum doktor. Salam sejahtera, salam mahasiswa pemangkin rejuvenasi, dan salam UMS The Brain of Borneo. My name is Filza, and there's one slide in there's one slide that shows there's a lot of constructions going on in 2020 in coastal area. But my question is there any or maybe policies maker that if there's doing logging for mangrove area, they need to pay or replanting back their mangrove, or maybe they need to pay mangrove restoration for that?
Okay, that really depends on the land ownership actually. So we have often this issue with mangroves because the land, if it's a private land, we cannot do anything because it's private land. But then, yeah, even there is a species that is endangered on that private land, it can be cut. We cannot have any influence on that. If it's state land, then yes, there can be some impact, some policy that can be made.
Thank you, doctor.
Test. Alright. Assalamualaikum doctor. My name is Arfat Naki from Universiti Utara Malaysia. So you're talking about mangrove, just like what you said. So mangrove act as a natural breakwater. So does the density and age of a mangrove forest change how effectively it can absorb wave energy compared to a younger one?
Yes,
so
definitely.
that is one question.
Definitely, the age has an impact and the species has an impact, because obviously younger trees are smaller, so the effectiveness of working as a storm barrier is less than if it's a mature forest. And also the species matter. For example, species that have prop roots are really, really good at making that barrier effect. But species that have pencil roots are a bit less effective in that particular type of protection. They're more effective maybe in the soil accretion, so in the prevention of erosion, but if the storm comes, they still don't provide too much of a barrier. Okay, finish. No more time. But if anyone has additional questions, they can contact me by my email. In the last slide, I put my email. Okay, that's my email, so if you have any more questions, you can contact me.
On behalf of Universiti Malaysia Terengganu and the Summit Organizing Committee, we present our sincere gratitude to Dr. Giovanna Waswich for delivering such enlightening insight and meaningful perspectives over the second expert talk session titled ESG for Beginners Mangrove Literacy. Ladies and gentlemen, before we end this session, all guests of honor, the event secretariat and participants are requested to take their places to complete the photo session. All participants are requested to stand up for the photo session. Thank you once again to Dr. Giovanna Waswich for sharing your expertise for today. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move to the Kahoot quiz session. All delegates are required to scan the QR code or insert the code to join quizzes. Now I would like to invite Mr. Adin Najman to conduct the Kahoot session.
So good morning everyone. So still energetic? Tipu. So this is a compulsory Kahoot session by the way for ESG participants for the mark. So make sure you guys, all of you need to jawab, okay? You guys can see, right? As clear as crystal. All right. At the back, okay? Kejap while we waiting, kita nak buat energizer. Tak ada gurau je. Just kidding. Okay. So we will wait for because we have a technical issue. So while waiting, maybe you can revise about the previous sessions. For those who cannot enter, please be patient because we have some technical issue and we will fix it as soon as possible, okay? So for the time being, like I said, you can revise for the previous session. So for this first session, what do you guys heard about? Sea turtle. Okay. So from okay, this question is compulsory for Icon ESG participants. So please make remarks so that we can identify you guys, okay? Okay, for those who are already entered this, you guys can proceed in the short time. For those who cannot enter, you need to enter for the next session. Okay, we have 2 sessions for this question. Okay, so this is the first session. So we will start now. For those who cannot enter, chill dulu, relax. You guys can see? Can you guys see? Okay, for the first question, what is the key adaptation that allow mangrove to thrive in the intertidal zone? Abang teknikal perlahankan sikit. Okay, it's okay. I will okay, so for the next question, ready? Okay, question number 2. Where is the majority of carbon stored in a mangrove ecosystem? Triangle, red, above ground trees and branches, blue, below ground soil. Yellow, leaf and foliage. And green, local fauna. So, the answer is below ground soil. Alright. Okay, proceed. Okay. Quiz number 3. Who introduced the concept of ethos, logos, and pathos in the field of rhetoric? Red, Plato. Blue, Socrates. Yellow, Aristotle. And green. Lajunya. Okay. Okay, everyone dah jawab kan? So the answer is Aristotle. So next one. Very easy this one. Okay, still Ara dominating this quiz. So the next question is, what is the core message of citrus conservation philosophy? Red, protect turtles at all costs. Blue, conservation must be people, not just protect nature. Yellow, science is more important than society. And the green, tourism. Okay. Okay, so the answer is blue. Okay, next. Still Ara. Who has historically been the primary driver of mangrove loss in Southeast Asia? So the red one is tropical cyclones and storm surges. The blue one is plastic pollution. The yellow one is aquaculture expansion such as shrimp farms. And the green one is coastal tourism facilities. Alright, so the answer is aquaculture expansion. Only 13 people, right? And Ara still dominating. Okay, move on. Approximately how many volunteers have joined the C2 volunteer program since it began? So, the red one is 500. Blue one is 1,500. The yellow one is more than 5,000. And the green one is more than 20,000. Okay, so only one person right in this quiz. Okay, is it Ara? Yes, it's Ara. Okay, 3 more. Which practice is generally considered an ineffective or poor strategy for mangrove restoration? So, the red one is restoring hydrological flow and planting. Bacalah sini panjang sangat. So the answer is the blue. Mass planting of single species without site sustainability check. Suitability check. Okay. And Ara still dominating. Okay. Second last. Which activity most strengthen citrus credibility as ethos? Red, publishing memes. Blue, long-term conservation work and scientific achievement. Yellow, giving away free merchandise. And green, running advertisements. I think it's the red. Because we are Gen Z, we love memes. So the answer is blue. Okay? Okay? Ara still the meeting? Okay, this is surely the second last. Ensuring transparency, ethical reporting, and anti-corrupting in a mangrove conservation project under which ESG pillar? Alright, so the answer is the governance. And Ara still dominating. And the last question. Why should students create a LinkedIn profile before graduation? To become social media influencers. To build a professional online presence and network. To share the... Okay. So the answer is the blue. So, let's see the podium. In the third place, Aida Nafisa. Second place, Unimas Daus. And the first place is Ara. Okay. May I know who Ara is? Please stand up because we have... Okay. Hey. Ara. Please come in front. Ara, please come in front to get the free merchandise from Setiu. Okay, don't worry guys. As I said, okay, here's the thing. What I said is, what I mean by there are two sessions. For the session after the fourth session, for expert talk, we will have another quiz. So make sure for those who do not join this session, make sure you guys join the next session, okay? Alright. So now I will pass to formal MC for the next session.
Thank you, Adin, for conducting the session. All delegates, we will now begin our next session. Following an engaging morning of insightful discussion, we are excited to bring you to the ESG Icon Talk, Youth as Catalyst for Blue Justice. Today, it is an honor for us to be graced by the presence of the Tokoh Siswa Negara 2025 recipient. Beyond campus, he has actively championed volunteerism, represented Malaysian students in international programs, and inspired young people through public speaking and community engagement, embodying the values of servant leadership and youth empowerment. He is also recognized as the ESG Icon of 2024, reflecting his commitment to advancing environmental, social, and governance values through youth leadership and community engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Enzung Fan Shankar.
Hello, testing mic 1, 2. Alright, salam sejahtera, selamat pagi, tajahau, wanakkam, salam Malaysia Madani. Alright, so my session will be about youth as catalyst for blue justice. So may I go to my slide? Alright, so a very good morning. So good morning lagi, masih morning okay. Okay, boleh. Okay, so everyone have your breakfast, right? Okay, what did you have? Mihun. Yeah, okay. Ada curry puff tak? Tak ada. So saya dapat special sikit kot. Dapat curry puff sikit. Okay, so this session is all about ESG Icon Talk. So I believe that once I was in your place back then in 2024, today I'm speaking in front as a ESG icon. So it's not being about me being great, but just being like whatever I have been before, so I'm sharing towards the young generation to benefit from that. Right, next. Okay, so, kenapa dia lari Tak apalah. Okay, who am I? So, of course, before I start the session, of course, someone might know who am I. So, some might not know who am I. So, basically, I'm someone who live in Klang, Selangor. So I currently work in Universiti Pendidikan Sultan Idris under Uni PLKN. Badan je tak PLKN tapi jaga Uni PLKN. Okay. Badan terlampau gemuk. Okay. Next, actively in student leadership. So of course, so these are all my achievements as a UPSI student icon, as a member of Selangor Youth State Assembly, National Student Icon. Of course, yang tak kenal saya merupakan tokoh siswa negara 2025 yang lepas. And the last is a Ministry of Higher Education Scholar lah. Okay, so doakan saya bakal tak lama, lagi 5 minggu saya akan melanjutkan pengajian di University of Leeds, United Kingdom. Okay, next. Okay, so of course, before that, we want the young generation know what is ESG. Of course, maybe some of you have understand what is ESG. It's about environmental, S is about social, G is about governance. Of course, before you knowing you want to champion in that particular topic, you have to deeply understand each of it as a youth, how we should bring forward it. So why I stand here, I said environmental. First is about planet. So when we talk about environment, everything is all about planet, about our global, how we as a youth thinking about global issues and so on. Next is about social. Social is dealing with people, manusia. Yang pelbagai karena, what types of people and so on. And the last is governance, is a process. Process in amending the institution, in amending the law, in amending the regulation and so on. So this involves the three process which merge together to see how a youth should champion. Next. So starting with an environmental, if you see environmental, it says for ESG when it was created, it states that the company impact the environment such as carbon emission, energy efficient, waste management and so on. But then today when I come in here, I will talk on youth perspective, how a youth should understand what environmental mean. So youth context in this situation is about how you should take action to protect that environmental through initiative like reducing waste. So of course, kita nak kata kita ni nak buat berbagai benda tak boleh lah. So something we can do is ensure when we want to protect our planet, first we reduce using waste. Next, by promoting recycling. So promoting recycling, plastic, bottle, metal, glasses and so on. Next is conserving energy, jangan bazir. Kadang bilik aircon buka 24 jam dan sebagainya. So as a youth, how we want to champion the environmental. So this is how you should do, and advocating for climate action. So this is how a youth should champion. Youth dia tak cakap pasal company, apa loss, profit, environmental, apa project tak. A youth, how we can do, we practice all that. Next, social. When we talk about people, it says when company, it refers to how we engage with our customer, how we engage with our community, to see how we can engage with them and to bring community engagement. But in a youth perspective, basically it's all about how we build an inclusive community by promoting volunteerism. So of course, as a youth, how we being a volunteer, and then how we work in bringing health awareness such as mental health, about diversity, education, equal opportunity, and we empower others. This is how social we youth should practice. All right. Next, the last is about governance. So when talking about governance, it's about concern on the system, concern about process that guide organization, including leadership, transparent, and so on. But in a youth perspective, I believe in front of me, everyone is a youth leader, everyone is a student leader. How you should practice integrity. Integrity bukan bererti we take rasuah. Integrity bukan bererti we are taking money or laundering or something. But integrity here stands for how we want to build trust among people to people. Kalau orang tak percaya kau buat apa pun, orang tak nak tahu pun. So it's all about integrity here. It's all about building trust. How you want people to listen you, and how you want you to be listened by the people. So integrity, leading student organization, such as making decision, and of course, start as leading community project. Okay, next. Okay, so why should youth care here? So I believe that today youth is we will be the next generation. Today youth, we will be someone here one day. We will be a leader. We will be a entrepreneur. We will be a policymaker, or we will be a professional. Of course, at last, we are the change maker. Of course, we are the one who decide the next 30 years of Malaysia. We are the one who will be championing what is all about ESG. We are the one who will be advocating how should youth emphasize ESG in the community. Kalau bukan kita, siapa lagi? If not us, who are we? We are the next 30 years to go. Okay, next. So this is some of the implementation which I practice and I want to share. So ESG in daily life, first environmental, how we can do. Kita tak boleh buat banyak. Kalau kata kita nak buat banyak dengan kerja, assignment, dengan banyak-banyak mental health, stress, macam-macam. Tapi at least we do something small act. So how we can use, first is bring reusable. So we use Tupperware, use bottle, bring something which using something reusable. Jangan asyik pergi kedai bawa plastik ke apa kan dan sebagainya. So next, reduce plastic. Sekarang I think everywhere has been championing for not giving plastic when you go to supermarket and so on. Okay, save electricity. So this is how you should practice in your daily life for environmental. For social, practicing, being a volunteer. Do whatever job. Kalau kata orang kata bersih kubur lah. Kalau orang kata buat apa. Dalam dunia kepimpin, dalam dunia kesukarelawan ni, whatever volunteerism, tak kisah apa pun, we just do. It's all about matters on how we want to champion in that particular things. Okay, respect diversity, work in a situation, pelbagai diversity, pelbagai kaum bangsa tanpa mengira jantina agama dan sebagainya. This is how we should practice. And last is supporting mental health, helping our friends who face any kind of mental health and so on. Okay, in governance, we being honest lah. Walaupun kadang kita tak honest, tapi this is how you should practice. Being honest, lead fairly, make proper decision and so on. And last is take responsibility. Apa kau nak buat, whatever you do, you should take responsibility. Bukan buat tu campak kat orang. Tak macam tu. Alright, boleh? Okay, next. So of course, when I made a little study, so this is 71% of the water is in the Earth's surface, and then 50% is in Earth oxygen, and 3 billion are rely on ocean for livelihood, and then 80% remain unmapped and polluted lah. Alright. So next. So this is this is what we are facing right now, and I think everyone well known about what our global threats is basically due to climate change, due to plastic pollution, rising sea level, banjir sini sana dan sebagainya, coral bleaching, okay, ocean grabbing, illegal fishing, biodiversity loss. So these are the issues which now facing in the global threats. So how we as a youth, how we can contribute, how we as a youth we can advocate, how we should voice out this matter. So let's see. Okay, teruskan. So when we are talking about blue justice, of course, blue justice, kita maksud blue di sini ocean lah, kan, biru kan, blue. Okay, justice dia macam ibarat kita nak bawa perubahan, kita nak buat sesuatu, justice kita kata. So when we are talking about blue justice, of course, first in terms of environmental equity, we want to ensure that fair access to the health, marine environment for all, especially to the marginalized coastal population. Okay, so this is all about how we want to ensure that environmental equity should benefit. Okay, next is about integration responsibility, how we want to recognize the decision made today shape the inherited world. So of course, any decision, any policy made today is all about reflecting a next 10 or 20 years. So whatever we make decision is about 10 to 20 years. Kita takkan buat decision dalam negara untuk menjamin 1 tahun dia, tak. Any decision made is for the next 5 or 10 years. So of course, it's all about how we want to intergeneration responsibility to help youth engagement is essential. How a youth perspective should be governance. And next is social inclusion, amplifying the voice of indigenous people, small-scale fishery, and underrepresented group in governance. Okay, next. So the defining of blue justice, of course, when we are seeing in terms of economy and environmental and society, economy is all about economy development is fair, benefit are shared equally. But then in terms of environmental and society, basically we are seeing community included in the decision, okay? And also human rights are respected, and also marine ecosystem remain healthy. So no one should left behind in the blue economy. This is about blue justice. We are talking about how we want to ensure that this blue economy helping maintains balance between economy as well as environment and also society. Okay, next. So this is the paradigm shift of without blue justice and with blue justice. So of course, when we see without blue justice, so there will be a decrease in terms of small scale visually loss in livelihood, coastal community marginalized, environmental degradation increase, economic inequality widen. So when we are talking with blue justice, is basically we want to ensure that inclusive in terms of growth, better governance, in terms of strong community and sustainable ocean. So this is about, we're talking about the difference between when we practice this blue justice and when we practice and without practicing blue justice. So how we should champion in this. Okay, next. So this is the blue economy when we are seeing in blue justice. Of course, the blue economy when we talk about economic prosperity and ecological protection. So the economic prosperity, we are talking about fishery, aquaculture, coastal tourism, and how ecological protection such as maritime transport, renewable ocean energy and marine biotechnology. So we want to promote the use of ocean resources to create economic growth. Of course, ocean is, we want benefit. Ocean is a type of, kita kata market for some of business and so on, for generate employment, giving jobs for people who fisheries and so on. Okay, and then improve livelihood, we protect marine ecosystem. So this is all about the blue economy which we want to look into. Okay, next. So this is about lowering the barrier to systemical change. So as a youth, so when we are talking about the blue economy with youth catalyst or ocean sustainability without youth. So of course, when we are seeing ocean sustainability without youth, of course it will be higher. But then when involvement in youth, slowly we will see the change. Okay, so this is how we should catalyst as we youth. When we bring the change, youth can accelerate innovation. So of course, I believe today youth, kita ni mempunyai innovation yang sangat banyak. That is why innovation youth ni sometimes aku rasa terkejut saya. So because macam last 4 weeks, so mana yang datang UPSI ada apa RHB Ocean Harmony. Okay, saya lah antara orang yang championkan paperwork itu ke peringkat RHB untuk kita buat pertandingan Ocean Harmony. When I see datang beberapa kumpulan bawa plastik tu boleh jadi kertas. Saya terkejut macam mana kelas plastik tu dia iron, dia lekat iron jadi kertas. So what I will say here is sometimes the youth innovation is something which is great, tapi orang tak tahu. So that is why when I say kita cakap je kita nak buat, kita cakap kita nak buat, or we keep on telling, keep on just speaking, but then when something reality nak buat, I say we should advocate first. We should bring the young generation into the system. It's not about we've been talking, but then when we are not involving the young generation into the system, nothing will help. You buat apa pun, dia tak akan benefit pun. But when you bringing young generation into the system, of course from there, I said, dia bukan bererti menang, saya rasa menang dapat dalam 1000 je. Tetapi, I memastikan, saya kata, kita kena bagi grant supaya mereka bersustain the project for the next 10 years. Or maybe the sustainable of the project, I think seorang dapat 2,000, tak silap saya. Dapat 2,000 untuk championkan dia project. So from there, their project is not being terbenam saja. Buat apa saya buat pertandingan nak menang, kau orang balik, kau tidur. Baik saya buat, kan? Tapi I say, we should ensure this project should bring forward into the market. This project should have the investor. That is why I say, semua 4 pemenang, tak silap saya, 4 pemenang seorang dapat 2,000 untuk championkan projek itu. Supaya these young talents should be bringing into the market to voice on the change of the environment and social. Okay? And then community transformation. Okay, so next. So this is how the issue when we see into the 30% of global fish stock are overexploited. Okay, in terms of temperature rise in 0.13 Celsius. Okay, 8 million tons. Okay, 8 million tons of plastic enter into ocean annually. Okay, and also 1 billion people threatened by coastal erosion by 2050. So these are the things which our youth we should look into. Something which is not berlaku tak jauh dah. Sekarang dah 2030. So it's about another 20 years. So how we as a youth who will be a man with a woman, memang man dah kan. Tapi we will be the someone which is umur pada 50 kita lah yang akan hadap benda-benda ni. So what we ourselves we can do, we can bring the change. We should look into all this. Okay, next. So this is a youth strategic dashboard which I said. So of course, as a youth, we should be an educator. How we should building ocean literacy in community through workshop and school program. Tak besar mana, tapi at least a youth, we should be educator. Kita tak boleh nak buat duit, kita dah ada duit, nak beli, pergi kedai nak beli RM10 pun tak cukup. Ini, tapi benda percuma adalah air liur. Something free is our Helio dalam English apa So, sorry, tak ingat, sorry. Tak boleh keluar perkataan. Okay, so itu percuma. So, something we can jual, itu saja. So, being educator, kita pergi bagi tahu ocean literacy, how young kids should be teach from today. Okay, as a scientist, maybe someone might be a scientist, someone might be someone who experiment in these things. We should see on how we generate data and hold polluted accountable. So, we see how we can bring this part. Okay, be an advocate, we engage in legal framework. Maybe someone might be a lawyer. So how we should hold a council meeting to discuss on all this effect and so on. Okay, and then as an innovator, we launch a sustainable blue economy entrepreneurship, regenerate venture. So something yang benda baru yang kita boleh buat. Something kan, yang benda baru yang kata kereta lepas lagi 10 tahun boleh guna apa air kosong, boleh terbang tak? Tak boleh kan? Okay, so something lah which innovator yang kita boleh buat. Okay, next is a storyteller. Mungkin someone here might be very pro in media, influencer, menjadi someone yang boleh terkenal buat video je ramai like kan, macam kamu kan. So buatlah video apa-apa yang mencerminkan as we advocate. Benda-benda ni mungkin tak cost banyak, tetapi as we should do this. Okay, next. So this is an inspiring case study which I studied a bit on Pacific Island, so combining traditional ecological knowledge with marine monitoring to advocate for climate adaptation. So in West Africa, basically they're organizing a coastal clean-up while stimulus lobbying government for stronger plastic legislation. So one of this West Africa, dahulu ni apabila saya tengok projek dia, saya selalulah dahulu ni saya merupakan mantan MPP kan, apabila mana-mana persatuan lah datang kan pitch project, okay, saya kena cakap English kot, nanti international tak faham. Okay, when they come look forward for nak budget, kata nak bersih pantai, okay, to clean beach in Melaka katanya, contoh ibarat. So when I say betul lah, kita buat paper of course lah nak jalan kan, biasalah kan, pelajar kan, okay, tapi I said when I want to invest lah 1,000 or 2,000 for you to just clean a beach in Melaka, baik saya invest 1,000, 2,000 kau clean je depan UPSI aku cakap, atau kau clean je bilik saya aku cakap, macam tu. Not because saya tak nak bagi duit tu, or I want to stop youngsters from doing something benefit, tetapi saya kata fikir something which we can contribute, fikir something which we can bring change. I said, of course, yang datang tu dia adalah persatuan meta. So persatuan meta tu dia something which leading to technology or meta punya buat sistem dan sebagainya. I say maybe I don't mind investing, but then you could create something system on maybe rubbishing punya sistem IoT ke apa ke, and something yang kita boleh contribute. So I don't mind investing on that. But then, tapi end of the day, kita menyumbang kepada komuniti. Bukan kita pick up satu sampah, masuk dalam tong sampah. Itu orang Melaka boleh buat, aku cakap. Kan? Macam tu. So of course, and back then, saya pun apabila, saya pernah buat juga satu projek. Saya pergi ke Universiti Malaysia. Universitas Negeri Padang. Okay, saya pergi ke Padang, saya buat satu coastal clean up di sana. Tetapi, bukan sebab saya tak nak buat di Malaysia or I don't want to do in Malaysia, but then when I go there, I said, I want to bring this program international to advocate the power of how youth should make, their responsibility for ensure the ocean punya cleanliness. So kita bukan buat benda tu, kita buat modul, kita bawa, we go every street in Padang and we pitch about the effect of ocean. Kalau kata kita masukkan rubbish dalam ocean, apa efek dia? Itu saya buat. And saya pergi buat sedikit beach clean up, dan kita buat dia punya writing dan sebagainya masuk media. Saya kata boleh je saya pergi buat sampah, habis saya balik tak. Tapi at least I done my job. Kalau ibarat kita kata at least I berjaya untuk pitch orang sana tentang kepentingan begitu berkaitan dengan alam. Teman-teman jangan buang sampah dalam sungai yang bahaya gitu. Okay, macam tu lah. Okay. So next is about the Africa reclaiming stewardship on ancestral water using legal framework to challenge extra activity industry. Nanti you boleh baca lah benda ni. Next. Okay, so this is spiral of youth action. So how we as a youth, first process is about learn So we should acquire deep knowledge about ocean system. Kalau kata apa berkaitan ocean ni, saya pun tak faham. Saya orang account. Orang account ni, I'm accounting student, play with figure, main-main duit juta-juta je. Habis soal pasal ocean ni, aku cakap apa benda sih yang macam tu kan. But then this is something which is interesting. We should understand how we as a youth should champion in this, how our youth, we kata kita nak bakal menjadi pemimpin ke apa ke, kita nak bawa perubahan. So we terms to learn. So we should understand, go into, learn about the knowledge about ocean system. Next is about lead. Apabila kita dah learn, simpan dalam diri, benda tak berguna. If you learn, you keep it to yourself, nothing will happen. So when you already learn, you should lead. So you lead any types of initiative, tangible community project, tak kisah di peringkat local, in local area or in national level or anything, you should start to lead. Okay, next is about innovate. So when you already lead, you should look on innovation. So what things you can do for sustainable solution, which you can create impact. It's not about in the process learning, you are process in learning, you leading, so you see what you can innovate. Of course, in the process of, macam kita belajar lah, diploma, degree, master, takkan kita nak belajar sia-sia. Of course, when the process, we are seeing on how we can adding. So, apabila saya selalu tanya orang-orang ni buat master, ibarat someone who do master, ada ke dia pernah kaji apple tu hijau? Kalau saya tuang color biru, apple jadi biru tak? Jadi tak? Dia ibarat macam tu lah. So kalau kata kita tuang sirap dalam apple tu, dia jadi manis lah kan? Betul tak? So this is what innovation call. So we have to think. Innovation bukan bererti macam tu. Itu yang sampai mixu boleh jadi bingsu, apa su lah, segala ni kan? So this is all about innovation. Sebenarnya kalau ikutkan, dia satu company yang sama je. Tetapi how their innovation could bring into variety. So dia ada speciality. Contoh bingsu, I think the speciality in ice cream dengan lemonade. Kalau kata bingsu in terms of fruit punya something fruit kan, dia ada watermelon punch lah apa benda kan. So dia innovate benda tu so that they have a different in the market. Okay, next is about influence. We advocate for systematic policy shift in terms of governance. So we influence people to do better, influence people to join us into this industry and so on. And last is about inspire, empower the next wave of catalysts to act. So we empower others to continue this process. Sebab kita pun nak mampus dah. Okay? Tak. Cerita reality gurau. Okay, so this is types of rounding punya process of a circle, which talking on the outer part is about global platform. So we see how UN, UNESCO or something, they champion on seeing on the high sea threats, climate summit and so on. This is their part. Okay, so in terms of layer in regional network, kita ada youth punya society ke apa ke badan-badan gabungan dan sebagainya untuk dia tengok dari segi youth coalition, share coastal campaign dan sebagainya. So in tengah-tengah tu core is local action. So kita lah yang community yang buat projek-projek. So kita at least this is the ecosystem. Bukan kita kerja seorang, tapi kita kerja dalam satu community. We work together, not we work alone. Okay, next. Okay, this is mapping action to global goal. Okay, when we see on SDG integration map. So of course, when we are talking on community and advocacy, drive into SDG 4, quality education. Okay, as well as SDG 10 to reduce inequality. So when we are talking on policy and governance, of course, basically it's about SDG 16. Peace, justice, and also strong institution, and also SDG 17 for partnership goal, and then innovation and touch. We will be talking on climate action, life below water, the blue economy overall, ensure SDG 8 in terms of decent work and economic growth. So this is the how and you action when you are looking into every part of it, everything involved SDG. How SDG integration can be involved into our project. Okay, next. Okay, this is a diagnostic metric about system barrier and institutional solution. So when we are talking on a system barrier, it's basically access for resources in terms of lack of funding, technology, and also travel means for global youth. So youth ini are invited for optics but excluded from decision making. Sometimes when we see system barrier is we are invited for something, sharing knowledge apa-apa kan. Contoh dalam universiti pun kita invited for joint meeting dan sebagainya, tapi sometimes idea kita tidak diambil. So this is all the system barrier yang kita tengok dari segi literacy gap about ocean education absent from national school curriculum dan sebagainya, dari segi the scale of crisis lead of eco anxiety and disengagement dan sebagainya. Tetapi institutional solution, kita should invest in grassroots into micro grant as well as digital to remote participation. Okay, dari segi demand for foral and voting for youth seat for governing boards and also the delegation, advocate for mandatory of ocean literacy, for peer-to-peer learning network and build support community lah. So this is how they cakap dari segi failure in the system, as well as we as a youth should bring that solution into the institution. Tak suruh kamu duduk depan universiti buat konfrontasi, tetapi we as a youth leader, we as someone, kita buat advocate. Kita cakap dengan sistem, what error in the system. Kita jangan buat duduk depan buat pembantahan, buat apa, aksi. Di Indonesia dia panggil aksi. Saya pernah pergi Indon tu, sewaktu tu dia buat aksi. Saya cakap aksi pasal apa? Dia pasal nak turunkan apa tak? Aku cakap so itu sampai tahap itu. Saya kata kalau kau aksi bagaimanapun, kalau kerajaan tu ke institution tu tak berubah, tak berguna juga. Berguna adalah when we advocate. Kita bercakap dengan sistem itu, kita merubah sistem itu. Itu yang boleh buat perubahan. Kalau kau buat aksi depan, suara je kuat, benda tu tak didengar. Okay, boleh? Okay, next. Okay, the next generation, of course, we will see young people are not just a future decision maker, they are also a today innovator, entrepreneur and researcher. Of course, we will be catalysts in terms of digital literacy, communication, environmental literacy, passion and teamwork, critical thinking and leadership into an innovation and problem solving. These are the skills yang kita akan acquire during the process. Okay, next. So the catalyst, so this is an ocean advocate. Boleh next. Dia ada dia punya tu. Next. Okay, so as an advocate, how we can practice is we raise environmental awareness to educate the community about the importance, use digital platform for rapid and scalable advocacy, okay, inspire responsibility, ocean stewardship and sustainable lifestyle. Sekarang saya tengok macam-macam bank pun dah ada ambassador dah, kan? Dulu setahu saya awal-awal Maybank ambassador je, lepas tu RHB, sekarang CIMB lah, apa lagi ya? UNDP lah, itu everything have ambassador. So how we want to be ambassador, bukan duduk dapat jawatan je dek. We have to advocate for the environmental awareness and so on. Okay, next. Innovation, how we can see on marine robotics, artificial intelligence and drone monitoring, advance in plastic recycling, innovation, renewable ocean energy, develop smart fishery to solve environmental challenges with unpresentable efficiency. So this is all the AI tools yang kita boleh guna untuk kita tengok how an innovation can bring change into the ocean environment lah. Next, leadership. Okay, we all organize beach cleanup, executing mangrove restoration, driving local conservation campaign, empowering coastal community, also promoting decentralized citizen science workshop. Okay, so this yang kita boleh buat. Okay, next, research. Of course, studying marine ecosystem to develop evidence-based solution. Okay, sharing scientific finding through international collaboration, educating younger generation because knowledge drives sustainable policy. Siapa pernah pergi dive pula? Siapa pernah pergi dive? Tak ada. Nanti suruh UMT sponsor lah. Okay. Gurau-gurau. Okay. Alright, and then demanding a seat for governance table, so participation in Youth Council, formal policy constitution, representing at SDG Forum, Global Climate Conference, driving local government engagement to shape rule of blue economy. So of course, when we are talking, our voice won't just last in media for some times and so on. So of course, when we want to bring change, kita yang kena masuk dalam polisi. Kita yang kena masuk dalam polisi. Tak kisahlah siapa nak jadi ahli politik ke, or someone who want to be a minister or in the someone politician in the future or so on. This is the change yang kita kena bawa. Kita jangan bawa antara perpecahan antara parti, tapi yang kena bawa adalah benda ini supaya we bring the change in policy, not bring the change in terms of perspective. Okay, alright, next. Okay, a call to action as an individual: educate yourself, reduce your ocean footprint, use your voice to advocate ocean-friendly policy. So as a community, this as an individual, what you can do. As a community, you build a local network, support coastal conservation project, center for voice of most vulnerable. Okay, in the institution, you can create an advisory board, fund ocean literacy program and mandate youth sit at the table. Okay, as a citizen, apa yang kita boleh buat adalah connect local action to international movement and uphold leader accountable to ocean commitment lah. So this is the call to action yang you can do as part of individual, community, institution and also as a global citizen. Next. So these are the some yang saya listkan. So mungkin when we see on the ocean, kita ada macam persatuan dalam universiti dan rakan alam sekitar lah dan sebagainya. Okay, so of course they are the one who maybe focus on initiative environment monitor policy reporting. So kita ada Malaysian Youth Council, bukan MBM saja, mungkin di bawah MBM yang championing on youth policy and climate task force dan sebagainya. Reef Check Malaysia empowering youth diverse in marine park management and coral rehabilitation. Okay, Ocean Cleanup Campaign, Nationwide Youth Movement for Coastal Sweep and Microplastic Tracking, Mangrove Planting Drive, Youth Lead Coastal dan sebagainya. Dan universiti yang Sustainability Club, mungkin adalah di beberapa universiti okay, yang saya tak tahu, yang mungkin tahu, okay, such as UKM, UMT, USM yang conduct marine research and also eco campus. Okay, so these are the people yang tengah usaha dalam Malaysia untuk bring the change over the process of youth environmental action. So yang belum lagi tu usahalah. Okay, next. Mungkin boleh next. Okay, next lagi. Okay, so this is a strategic phrasing of the wave of execution. So you can see in eco campus and campus outreach. So you can start with small actions such as beach clean up and so on. And then phase 2, you start to restore mangrove and also coral action. Okay, community exist, planting, drone dan sebagainya, innovate dan sebagainya lah. And policy, you will be direct to a round table between youth discussion and so on. Next. Okay, so this is how when youth participate in this process, of course, we will increase the dialogues and also in terms of policy on how youth can bring the change in terms of bringing more volunteer hours in coastal restoration and also scientific monitoring and so on. Next. So this yang I said. So when we start today, so we can see more youth participate in the community. So how many types of mangrove, how much mangrove planted and so on. You can see the change in numbers when you start to advocate starting from today. Next. Okay, so next. Alright, so these are the things yang kita kena driving into the 2030 agenda of primary SDG 14, life below water, okay, conserve, okay, and sustainable use ocean, sea and also marine resources, climate. So this is all related to as a youth yang kita boleh buat. In terms of quality education, we bring in literacy in terms of sustainable, resilient coastal community and waste system, and also in terms of partnership, how youth, ocean can coalition into one team. Okay, next. Alright, so of course, before saya nak tamat, so what I would say is first, be sustainable. Okay, sustainable itu adalah we be continuously involvement. Okay, continuously involvement into the process so that we can bring change in the ocean, in the environment and so on. Next, okay, be responsible. Okay, we are the citizen. Okay, bukan kita siapa lagi, if not us, who are then to save this Malaysia, who are then to save this country, who are them kata darah berjiwa bangsa dan sebagainya. So we should be responsibility, jangan tunding jari kepada siapa-siapa. As a responsible citizen, kita jalankan tanggungjawab kita walaupun sekecil mana. So be responsible. Next, willing to change. Okay, saya cari daripada Mahatma Gandhi. He said you must be the change you want to see in the world. So if you are the one who don't want to see the change, you tak akan nampak. So if you want to see the change, you must be the one who bring the change. Okay, so start to willing to change. So change itu pasti. Next, okay, be different. Okay, Asia merupakan salah satu company yang bawa pertama berkaitan bagaimana wanita boleh pakai tudung dalam industri of industri ni apa? Aviation, sorry. Kita ni tak keluar ayat. Okay, aviation dan sebagainya. So, berani untuk be different. Okay, so something yang kita nak berubah, we have to be different. So, bring the change. Okay, next adalah be fearless. Okay, contoh you can see BYD macam mana dia masuk dalam market walaupun he knows that the market will be tough and so on. Dia is just a China market. Mungkin kereta tu akan letup dan sebagainya, tetapi he believe that he being fearless. And today ramai guna BYD sebenarnya kan. Okay, so be fearless. Okay, next adalah dare to fail. Okay, of course in the process you will fail many kind of challenges dan sebagainya. Of course you have to dare to fail. Kerana fail itulah kita akan bangkit, fail itulah kita akan berusaha, fail itulah kita akan berjaya. Boleh? Okay, ada lagi? Dan success is yours. So at last you akan nampak sukses. Okay, sukses itu bukan mudah, tetapi ia adalah satu perjalanan. It is been a process. So when you dare to bring all that, you will see the success. Mungkin sukses itu susah, tetapi saya jamin akan ada. Okay? Okay, so Blue Justice begin with empower youth who transform passion into action, ensuring that our ocean remain productive, inclusive and also resilient for generation to come. Okay, so itu saja daripada saya. Okay, ada soalan ke? Adakah soalan? Okey, nak tanya soalan luar daripada kotak ni pun boleh juga.
Salam sejahtera.
Okey.
Saya Fini dari USM. Saya nak tanya, dulu Encik time join ESG, projek apa yang Encik bawa?
Okey, projek apa yang saya bawa? Okey. So time saya join ESG 2024 apa projek yang saya bawa kan. So time saya rasa ada 5 ikon ESG lah. Saya salah seorang ikon ESG dan hadiah dia adalah pergi diving dalam tu. Tapi saya ni itulah jadual tak sempat, tak dive lagi. So macam itulah. Tapi tak tahulah kali ni hadiah apa, saya tak tahu. So mungkin projek yang apa saya bawa is my pillar I choose was governance. Okay, I tak pilih environment, I tak pilih social, tapi I was talking on how I should advocate the youth first. Kalau kita nak cerita perubahan ni, angka-angka ni jauh lama dek, benda yang for the upcoming. Tetapi apabila kita tak ubah minda ni, benda tak berubah. So I choose governance and I bring a few project which I done in university. Dari segi macam saya cerita UNP, dari segi how I should change the mind before I execute the project. So I was advocating on that matter, on governance. So I bring that project lah basically. Beberapa project dari segi kasih madani and of course in terms of bakti madani and all some kind of project lah yang saya bawa tu, tak ingat lah. Okay, so in terms of that. So I was basically talking on when we as a youth we want to see the change, but then we have to educate the people before we see the change. Of course, we might be telling on how we want to see the change, how we want to see numbers, how we want to see, but then when that ecosystem doesn't change, when people does not, I strongly believe in when we educate one, it can be double can be triple and so on. Maksudnya daripada 100 datang hari ini, contoh, saya bagi contoh in bahasa Melayu, saya selalu when going into youth organisation and so on, I say yang datang participation ni 80% datang semata-mata untuk kehadiran ataupun untuk dapat champ supaya next time dia dapat duduk college, tak kena halau, betul tak? Okay? Tak betul Okay, sorry. Tercakap. Okay? 10% datang mungkin terpaksa supaya dia tak akan dibahakan subjek itulah ataupun nampak jugalah dia aktif dalam universiti. Okay, lagi 10% itu adalah untuk dia nak tengok perubahan dari diri dia. That is why I say that particular 10% yang datang, contoh saya buat bengkel media lah contoh, yang datang tu tak tentu balik tu 100 orang tu pandai media, tak akan. Tetapi daripada 100, 2 orang dapat champion media, Dia memang power, dah belajar benda media, ilmu tu dia teruskan lagi untuk 100 orang berlipat ganda. Pahala tu untuk saya. Contoh. Okay, so saya cakap macam tu. So contoh yang datang tu 98% tu tidur je. Gurau. Jangan terasa. Terasa tu termakan diri aku. Okay. I just contoh. Okay. So like that lah. So I was advocating on how we should change the system first. So when we are not changing the system, when we are not educating the people, we want to do wondrous number of project pun tak berguna juga. Semua itu akan jadi something yang just buat ala kadar atau buat sekadar satu one time. Touch and go. That is why dalam, saya nak kongsi tips ni. Dalam ATSN pun, dalam anugerah tokoh siswa negara, kalau mana-mana individu yang nak tanding pun, syarat pertama adalah your project must be sustainable. Maksudnya tahun ni dia ada version 2.0, 3.0 dan sebagainya. You have to be focusing on that. Bukan you buat satu program champion ni, oh yeah saya dah menang. Kau rasa je benda-benda menang. Tapi sebenarnya program tu kau buat sekadar, siap KPI saya. Okay? Macam tu. So I was talking on that. That is why I said when going into youth organisation, I say we don't see numbers. We want to see the quality. When see numbers, you can be doing 300 project, 1,000 project, 10 million project. But dalam 10 million project tu tak ada sebarang hasil, tak berguna juga, dek. So of course from the 10 million project, mesti nak tengok something yang valuable for the people. Something yang people benefit from the 10 million. Of course you have to see on that. Okay, itu. Okay, next soalan. Takkan aku cakap macam ni terus tak nak tanya soalan pula. Nak tanya soalan? You can ask me outside from this topic juga, blue ocean ni. You can ask me. Peluang nak jumpa saya sekali je. You want to ask? Go.
Hi. I can't stand up because I can't stand up. I have lots of things on my table.
Okay, but I can't hear you. Can you louder?
Can hear me?
Okay.
Okay, clear. My name is Mubaraka. I'm from Universiti Sultan Zainal Abidin.
Okay.
So my question is, since you are part of the youth as well,
okay,
so you are able to be in these rooms where decisions are being made.
Okay.
So I want to ask, how do you usually how do you work through? Because in this room, in the rooms where decisions are being made, you might give your suggestions, but at the end of the day, you're a new kid, essentially. That's how they're going to be looking. So how do you deal with those situations?
Okay, so how I deal with that situation. So there is time when we see that everyone might have this perception on youth because they are youngsters. There are some, tamat boleh jawab tak? Sebab masa saya ada 5 minit lagi. 12:30 kan? Okay, so as sometimes we will see that people may say that we are not enough mature to talk about maybe a wondrous topic or talk about what are the change. But then I strongly believe is voice. The voice matters. So it must be a collective action. It must be a collective action. Nothing works without egos. When we are talking, we want to bring change, it has to be a collective. That means you have to group together, discuss into bringing opinion into one. Of course, I believe there might be sometimes that we can't change the perception of people. People often have many ideas and they might think that the idea is the best, okay, in some situation. But then we should look into how we can integrate the particular idea or everyone's idea into one best solution, which we can bring a change. Of course, I believe slowly or not, the change will be, but then it takes time because this is called a process, okay? But then when I was asked one question during my interview in ATSN, bagi tips lagi. One of the question was how I can stop corruption in this country. They asked me. I said, okay, I just want to spill something. I never spill the name of the participant lah. I just spill lah, okay? I don't want to spill the university, then they backfire me. One of the participants told that I should do campaign, okay? And he was explaining on how campaign. And one of the participants said that I should do aksi. Aksi tadi tu apa? Something program lah, of course, some program or something. So This say program, this say campaign. I said, when you are talking to one corruption people, for example, who've been 60 years or 70 years or have been corrupting of the country, you want to do program and or some things, you think they will change? Of course not. It takes times. But then my answer was very safe to the panel. Okay, I told that what we can change is the system of the young generation. Of course, I said I want to change the people who is old, who have been corrupting. Is nothing impossible. There's something which impossible. I tell them they might not listen, or they might not even come to my program. I said to see that change. But then what I can make the change is I build the next generation about the importance of corrupting, the effect of corrupting into the effect of corrupting to the nation. So when that happened, I said we can see the next 50 years the country will be safe. Because I cannot be changing the old man or someone will be in the system yet now, but I can change the younger ones because they are the one who will be leading the future. So that was my answer. And that was something which I think now India, if you see India in India now, the one of the young actor, Vijay, who now been sworn as a chief minister of Tamil Nadu, of how he sees the change. Of course, it's not easy, but then he once upon a time, he was about educating the people. He said, we should see the change. We can't change the system which has been going right now and so on. But then when we educate these young people to see the difference or to see how one day Malaysia or any country in this world, to see that as an importance for them to being a responsible citizen, then you can see the change. Of course. Okay? Do I answer? Okay, thank you. Tamat ke? Tak ada soalan? Okay? Tamat eh? Oh, tamat. Okay, tamat. Sorry So kalau ada soalan bolehlah tanya saya nanti. Alright, itu saja daripada saya. Sekian, terima kasih. Kalau ada tersalah kata, tersilap bicara, for anything have been wrong doing, terguris hati, sorry kalau saya tersebut tadi and teramalkan hati dan sebagainya. I say sorry for that, okay? And then till we meet again. Thank you.
On behalf of Universiti Malaysia Terengganu and the Summit Organising Committee, we present our sincere gratitude to Mr. Enzem Van Shankar for delivering such enlightening insight and meaningful perspectives in ESG Icon Talk, used as catalyst for Blue Justice session. Ladies and gentlemen, before departing, all guests of honor, the event secretariat and participants are requested to take their places to complete the photo session. All participants can stand up and move like we did before. Thank you once again to Mr. Enzem Van Shankar for sharing your insights for today. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for Zuhr prayer and lunch. We will move out of the hall line by line, assisted by our committee members. Please do not leave your personal belongings unattended in the hall and keep your valuables with you all the time. The organizing committee will not be responsible for any loss or missing items. We will give everyone a few minutes to collect and organize your personal belongings. Please wait until instructed to move out of the hall.